Good morning and welcome to the World Paranordic Skiing Championships here in Finsterau in the heart of the Bavarian Forest in southeast Germany. It's day one of competition and we are underway with the men's middle distance sitting biathlon contest. 12.5 kilometres in total. That's 5 laps of the 2.5 kilometre course here in Finsterau. It's been a hive of activity this morning. This is number 8, Trygve Steiner Larsen of Norway. We've had 7 starters already begin this biathlon competition. 2011 world champion in the 1 kilometre cross-country sprint, a former baseball player, Trygve Steiner Larsen. Next off the start line, a 17-year-old making his major international debut, Taras Rad of Ukraine. His idol is martial artist Bruce Lee. This is Yevgeny Lukyanenko of Belarus, already making his way around this 2.5 kilometre sitting course here in Finsterau. And all of the wonderful volunteers and members of the Finsterau Sporting Club here have been working hard to make sure that the course is prepared. Number 10 is the home favourite, Martin Fleig, 27 years of age, and in good form over this distance. Won at the World Cup event at the Western Centre in Ukraine last month. Spends a lot of time training here, Martin Fleig. A real prospect of a home medal for him. And the 11th and final competitor in this men's middle distance biathlon is Dmitry Loban, the world leader at the moment, on top of the World Cup standings. So as you can see, we have a beautifully sunny day here in Finsterau. It was a little overcast yesterday, but it's all smiles today. It's feeling positively warm out there. That's Kristina Lorinc of Hungary, who will start off the women's middle distance competition. That starts at about 10:20 this morning, so about 15 minutes or so until the women get underway over this middle distance sitting competition. So with there being 5 laps of the course here in Finsterau, that means that there are 4 visits to the shooting range. As Martin Fleig, the German, the popular German, says he's just trying to concentrate on what he needs to do on the snow and ignore the fact that this is his home World Championships and try and alleviate a bit of the pressure on himself. Much easier said than done, especially when you've got such a knowledgeable and interested crowd. This is Dimitri Loban. We expect to be there or thereabouts in the podium positions. Not really seen him in a major competition since Sochi in 2014. He was a bronze medalist at the Winter Paralympic Games in Vancouver in 2010. That was in cross-country. And the first of our competitors are making their way into the shooting range here in Finsterau. Colin Cameron, the bearded Canadian, in the foreground. And also Jong Min Lee. There he is, of Korea. Trains in PyeongChang, where the World Cup will move to next month as a test event for the Winter Paralympic Games in 2018. Important to get off to a good start in the shooting range. The penalty loop is 150 metres. It's a very costly if you miss one target. Remember, 5 targets to hit, 5 bullets with which to do so. Each one missed incurs 1 penalty loop. There are those targets. And at this stage, maybe when tiredness and fatigue haven't yet begun to set in, it's important to make the most of the first visit to the shooting range when the heart rate is risen and the blood is pumping and the breathing gets heavier. It makes it all the more difficult to be an accurate marksman. This is Lukianenko. And now we see Derek Zapatinsky of Canada, former motocross rider. He's in the range at the moment. Just behind him, Kamil Rosiek of Poland, vastly experienced competitor, been competing on the major international stage for around about 14 years or so. That's 4 out of 5 for Zaplatinsky, so just 1 lap of the penalty loop. Trygve Steinar Larsen of Norway. This is Lukianenko, who has now made his way into the shooting range. Fairly still here in Finsterau. The flags atop the shooting range are fluttering slightly, but not considerably. So here is Martin Fleig Got bronze over this distance, the World Championships in Cable, USA 2 years ago. We'll be hoping for at least a podium finish again, just steadying himself as he rounds that quite tight turn. Andrew Saul of the USA has completed his first round of shooting and exits the shooting range. This penalty loop was the home of the opening ceremony. Last night there were some witches and paper loop, which was very interesting watch indeed. Dmitry Loban will be approaching the shooting range shortly. This is Taras Rad, as I say, just 17 years of age. And he's a real student of the sport, Taras Rad. He's got his sights set on becoming a coach in biathlon, but he's only 17 years of age, so you'd think that he's got a few years of competition in him yet. So Martin Fleig is now in the shooting range. He hopes that his knowledge of this facility here in Finsterau may give him a slight edge over his competitors. This is the first of 4 visits to the shooting range. Let's see how Martin Fleig gets on. You watch him rise and fall with a couple of breaths before shooting. 4 out of 5 is a solid start for Martin Fleig. Just one 150-meter penalty loop for the home favourite, who will be desperate to get at least one higher than the bronze he got 2 years ago. Dmitry Loban is now settled into the shooting range. And if that was his performance, that was only 2 out of 5, and that's a very costly poor start for Loban. That's Oksana Masters of the USA, just warming up in preparation for the women's middle distance sitting event, which will get underway in about 7 minutes' time or so. They will be out on the course at the same time as the men's competition. Lukyanenko and Larsen close behind him as well, out on the course. The course groomers have done such a terrific job here on this 2.5 kilometer course for the sitting athletes, working tirelessly to make sure that everything was perfect. Loban is making his way around the penalty loop. Remember, he only managed to make 2 out of 5 targets. So it's a 450-meter penalty for Dmitry Loban. Taras Rad, Ukrainian teenager. What a story that would be if he got get himself on the podium. This is Colin Cameron of Canada. Nice and efficient around the turn. His major championships debut, only took up the sport last year, but is very competent on the sledge. He plays ice sledge hockey back home in Canada. Martin Fleig approaching 10 minutes out on the course now. Remember, we've got 6 biathlon medals to give away on day 1 of competition here. After these middle distance sitting events, we've got the middle distance standing events and then the middle distance visually impaired events. Colin Cameron is in for round 2 in the shooting range. He had the unenviable task of starting this competition. He was the very first man to competitively enter the course at these 2017 World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. Just taking the time that he needs to get set. Some very long pauses and two very deliberate breaths for Colin Cameron. He was off target with the first, but has recovered with 2 and 3. And 4 as well. If he can make this 4 out of 5, that'd be decent for Colin Cameron. And indeed he can. So 4 out of 5 for Cameron. Just 1 lap of the penalty loop before he can get back out for his 3rd lap of the course. Jongmin Lee of Korea, also a parasailer, competed at the 2014 Asian Para Games. A lot of the athletes in this sitting category also partake in other sports, particularly during the summer, in a bid to keep fit. Martin Flag, second in the World Cup biathlon standings overall last season. Kamil Rosiek of Poland is in for his 2nd round at the shooting range. Remember, the rifles are ready and waiting for these athletes at the range. No need for them to carry them around the course. Interesting, some athletes choose to shoot from left to right, some from right to left, and some from the middle, and then out to the left and out to the right. Doesn't matter what order you take them in. What really matters is that you hit them, but it's a shake of the head from Kamil Rosiek. Not particularly happy with his 2nd round. And off he goes towards the penalty loop area. Lots of interest from the world's media here. Photographers, cameramen, reporters from all manner of different media. And a great interest in the local area as well. The number of spectators here in Finsterau is excellent. It was for the opening ceremony last night, and it is for the opening day of competition too. So Colin Cameron is embarking on his 3rd lap of this 2.5 kilometre course. Has had 2 of 4 rounds in the shooting range as well, Colin Cameron. His compatriot there wearing 2 is Derek Zaplatinsky. Nice and steady around the turn. This is Martin Flag. No doubt that a large percentage of the spectators here in Finsterau today are out to keep an eye on him and hopefully cheer him on to go better than the bronze that he got 2 years ago. In the background there, Dmitry Loban, the world leader. And Taras Rad, who is a real outside chance of a medal, which would be phenomenal for the 17-year-old. He's into the range for his 2nd shooting round. There he is. Looks like a school picture, Taras Rad. In fact, it probably is. He's absolutely reeling them off. That is fantastic. 5 from 5 for Taras Rad in a very, very efficient manner. And he's off, full of confidence to attack the 3rd lap of the course. Martin Flag just shimmies himself into position. I think he's very much enjoyed the heightened media attention around him. with this being his home championships. 3 breaths for Flyg. Now he's into a rhythm. 1 deep one, another deep one. It's working for Flyg. It's working for Flyg. It's 5 from 5. And you heard the roar there in Finsterau. That's excellent for Martin Flyg. And off he goes for lap number 3. That'll just give him an extra 5% boost or so. Coming out of there, knowing that you've done everything you can in the shooting range. Dimitri Loban. Taking a second or two to make sure that he's absolutely happy with his rifle. Needs to be solid here, Loban, because Martin Flyg is flying. And he knows that taking an extra second or so makes all the difference. It's 5 from 5 for Loban as well. And he is chasing down Martin Flyg. Remember that all of the times are factored, so it's not a case of first across the line, because there was a 30-second staggered start for these athletes. The time is factored based on the level of impairment of each athlete. So those that are LW12, which is impairments in both lower limbs but with good sitting balance, are 100%, so their time is real time. Meanwhile, the women's competition is underway. That's number 25, Oksana Masters of the USA. Competed in hand cycling at the Rio 2016 Games. She's one of those multi-sport competitors. Colin Cameron with a slight grimace on his face now as he elapses 22.5 minutes out on the course here in the Bavarian Forest. A wonderful backdrop for this competition. There he is again with solid cornering and back into the tracks. And that's Anja Wicker of Germany. Top of the World Cup standings and very much the favourite for this. A home favourite as well. Bunching up a bit in the men's race then, 7, 8 and 9, all next to each other. Andrew Saul is 7. Trygve Steinar Larsen is 8. Taras Rad is 9. Those three almost looking like a team pursuit in cycling at the moment. All working hard. In comes Colin Cameron for round number 3 in the range. Slightly different piece of apparatus for Colin Cameron to most of the other competitors in this competition. This is more like a sledge than a sit ski. It's a piece of equipment that he'll be very familiar with. As I said earlier, he's an ice sledge hockey player. He's good with the first two. Number 3 is good. Number 4 is good. And it's 5 from 5 for Colin Cameron. Class is on. Poles in hand. Off he goes again for lap number 4. Good work from Colin Cameron. No signs of nervousness whatsoever on the biggest stage that he has competed on. Derek Zaplatinsky, his fellow Canadian, did compete in cable 2 years ago. Best finish though was 12th. Will certainly be seeking a top 10 finish here. But only he will know what more he has in the locker. Taking a tighter line through that turn than his compatriot Colin Cameron, and opting for the inside line in the tracks. Just stooping over to streamline on the downhill segment. This is number 5, Yoo Hyun Sin of Korea. He was the MVP at the National Winter Para Games in PyeongChang. Also an ice sledge hockey player such as Colin Cameron. Who knows, those two may have faced off against each other on the international ice sledge hockey scene. They're very much up against each other here in the middle distance biathlon. 36 years of age now, Sin. Just a slight readjustment after the first miss, and it seems to have paid off. Successful with the second target and the third and the fourth and the fifth. So just a bit of a shaky start from Yoo Hyun Sin, but recovered to get the next 4. An important recovery in terms of his overall performance. Oksana Masters got a bronze medal at the London 2012 Paralympic Games in rowing. Just missed the podium in Rio in the hand cycling. A silver and a bronze medal in Sochi. She is very much back on the snow after various different exploits. That's Zaplatinsky of Canada, and in the background, Lydia Rafayeva of Belarus, going really well in the World Cup competitions this season. Yoo Hyun Sin is away from the shooting range, off he goes. Rafayeva was 7th over this distance in Sochi 2 years ago. So it's getting very busy out on the course now, with the men's and the women's competitions very much in full swing. Kamil Rosiek right on the edge as he bids to lose no time whatsoever in the cornering sections. Anja Wicker of Germany. The reigning Paralympic champion. And she will be cheered on by the home supporters. The golden sunshine awaits for Yoo Hyun Sin. It really is quite warm in the sunshine. Beautiful blue skies here in Finsterau. Some of the snow on top of my commentary box is melting, would you believe? Up to maybe 4 or 5 degrees today. This is Jongmin Lee, 33-year-old from Korea. And Kamil Rosiek of Poland. Behind him, Trygve Steinar Larsen, the oldest man in the field at 44. That's Zaplatinsky working very hard. Starting to get very, very draining. Very draining for some of the crowd as well, and we're only half an hour in. Oksana Masters, one of the more famous athletes in the women's middle distance race here. Martin Fleig is very much famous in this local area, and I'm sure that the local TV coverage and media, national media, will be further enhancing his reputation. This is Kristina Loric, who led out the women's competition just under 10 minutes ago. Former para-alpine skier, competed in rowing at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Rafayeva in the women's competition on the right there. On the left is Yoo Hyun Sin of Korea, really going through the motions now. This is where it starts to ache. We're approaching the half-hour mark for the men's competitors. Colin Cameron has been out there for the longest, having started off these World Championships. Ticks past 31 minutes now. Still going strong, a good rhythm for Colin Cameron. Anja Vicker always looks so graceful through the corners, leaning into the turns and just using the pole on the outside just to make sure that she's steady. Camille Rosiek has now embarked past the half-hour mark as well. Lactic acid very much building up in the arms and in the torso as well. Kristina Loric is into the shooting range. Hungarian athlete. She's an English teacher, just losing a few seconds there as she tried to detach the poles from her wrists. Interesting that she's just getting herself settled there, the left elbow on the left knee, but she stays in an upright position in her sit ski to take on the shooting range. Many of the competitors choosing to lie flat on their front. Lawrence doesn't seem completely comfortable with how she's set up at the moment. But it's certainly beneficial to take a few extra seconds whilst at the range to make sure that you're 100% happy with what's going on, because ultimately that's a much shorter time delay than it would be to do what is a 100-meter penalty loop for the women's competitors. So although this may look fairly pedestrian from Kristina Loric, she's not particularly happy with it. And in fact, despite all that time taken and the time taken to detach the poles from her hands as well, it's only 2 out of 5 for Hungary's Kristina Loric. So 3 laps of the penalty loop, 300 meters added to the 10 kilometers that she already has to cover in this race. Zaplatinsky pushing hard to get over the crest of that short incline. Always gratifying when you do so, though, because there's a short downhill on the other side and you can just glide away. Yoo Hyun Sin is back in the shooting range. It's a fairly experienced field, this. Experienced in life, if not in para-Nordic skiing. An all-round sportsman. Yoo Hyun Sin plays wheelchair basketball and paracycling to a national level in Korea. Turn his attention to most sports and be pretty successful in them, it would seem. It's a good start for Sin. And it's 5 from 5 once again, so going very well. Off goes Rafayeva of Belarus. And this is Dmitry Loban, the man who many are expecting to be very close to the world title just over half an hour out on the course for him now. Coming up on the back of Sini Pie of Finland in the women's competition. That's Taras Rad, who, as I say, is just 17 years of age and has just attacked this with real gusto. And he's going very well, and he's been deadly accurate in the shooting range as well. Andrea Eskau is one of 2 Germans in the women's competition. 5 World Cup race wins at Western Center in Ukraine last month. Is perhaps slightly better at cross country than she is at biathlon, but her skiing exploits mean that she is a fierce competitor in the biathlon too. This is Jongmin Lee, wearing the number 3 bib. Long way for him to come from Korea to Finsterau, but much closer to home, PyeongChang, which is where he trains, but not bothered that he's here in Germany instead of at his home shooting range. That's 5 from 5 for Jongmin Lee. There's his compatriot Yu Hyun Sin, number 5, just making his way around the course. Colin Cameron of Canada still looks very steady, very rhythmic. Very much in the zone at the moment. Eskau is in the shooting range. A multiple world champion in hand cycling. Multiple Paralympic champion too in that sport. You can see the Sochi logo is there on her rifle by her left hand.
Yes!
Yes is the cry from our stadium announcer here in Finsterau. Good stuff from Eskau. This is Sini Pie, her best World Championship performance, 6th in the relay 2 years ago in Cable. It says that she will not stop racing until she has completed the perfect race. So, perfectionist Sini Pie, just 24 years of age, so plenty of time for her to find out what is the perfect race, if such a thing exists. That's Andrea Eskau. And into the shooting range now, Dmitry Loban, the favourite for the gold medal in the men's competition. 35 years old, Loban. The best and most consistent man in the World Cup so far this season after 2 events. One in Finland late last year, one in Ukraine last month. Finsterau here itself has hosted a couple of World Cup events in the past as well, 2011 and 2016. Oksana Masters is very much focusing on making sure that she features on the podium here. All of the spectators will be half hoping for a German 1-2 with Eskau and Vicker. Masters will have other ideas. So Sini Pie of Finland. Just taking a moment to settle into position. 2 breaths between each shot. At this stage, the heart is racing, the chest is heaving, the lungs are burning. That's what makes the biathlon such a fascinating contest. It's not only about stamina and about strength endurance, but it's about mental focus. So 25 Oksana Masters in the women's competition, and Martin Fleig, the German medal hope.
Dann letztlich schon mit dem Multiplikator hinterlegt sind und dann auch die vermeintlichen Medalists Ihnen präsentieren zu können. Die Plätze 1, 2 und 3, die wir nach.
So Andrea Eskau coming up towards 20 minutes out on the course for her now. Jongmin Lee still working hard. It's a pretty tough hill. That is a fairly short one, but it's a fairly steep one. This is Dmitry Loban of Belarus. And Yu Hyun Sin is grimacing as he works his way across the finish line. His race is complete, and he's the leader at the moment on the calculated times. So Taras Radnau of Ukraine, 17-year-old, crosses the finish line. How has he done? He's looked pretty good. I'm pretty unfazed by the fact that this is a major competition. Number 7, Andrew Soule of the USA. Tucking in to try and make the quickest approach to the finish line possible. Anja Vicker has still got some way to go in the women's competition. That started about 20 minutes after the men's, so lots more for her to do yet before she's approaching the finish line. Kamil Rosiek is on his final approach. 41.5 minutes and counting. Here comes Andrew Soule then of the USA, digging deep until the very last as he crosses the finish line. Taras Rad is our leader at the moment. He's the man in the gold medal position. He's the man to beat. Trygve Steinar Larsen of Norway is the next man to finish. And then in comes Martin Fleig. You may have heard the rattles going. There he is, Fleig of Germany. Will he have got himself a medal on home snow? Kamil Rosiek is the next man down the home straight. Martin Fleig is the man in the number 1 position at the moment, 37.31 for him. Rosiek will be well outside that. Remember, these are calculated times based on the factoring percentage that is related to the various levels of impairment of our athletes. The percentage factoring allowing athletes from different classifications to compete in the same race. Martin Fleig looks pretty happy. We'll await official confirmation, but he is in top spot at the moment. Rafayeva of Belarus is on her way round. That's Derek Zaplatinsky, was second out. He's found it very tough going, but does have a factoring of 94%. So although in real time it was always likely to take him a bit longer to complete the course than many of his competitors, that will be factored in to a degree. Andrea Eskau of Germany is in the shooting range. She's good with the first one. Good with the second. Sharp shooting from Eskau. Can she make it 5 from 5 and stay very much in the hunt for top spot? She can. Very well received by the supporters here in Finsterau. Sinipie of Finland is there. This is Derek Zaplatinski. Just completing his final few pushes as he gets over the line. Good graft from Zaplatinski. And there we have it. Martin Fleig is number 1. I think just Lukianenko and Dmitry Loban to come. Anja Vicker, the favourite in the women's competition. In great form this season. Still coached by her dad on personal level as well as the national team coach. Just a look of discontent on her face. This is Dmitry Loban then. He's out of the tracks in a bid to have a sprint finish with his teammate Yevgeny Lukianenko. And they cross the line almost in unison. Almost synchronized sit ski there. Just wait for Loban and Lukianenko's times to be confirmed, because at the moment it's Martin Fleig in gold medal position for Germany. And confirmed they are. So Martin Fleig of Germany is the 2017 world champion. 37 minutes, 31 seconds is his factored time. And a brilliant silver medal for 17-year-old Ukrainian Taras Rad. And it was bronze for Yoo Hyun-sin of Korea, the 36-year-old. So Martin Fleig gets the first gold medal of the 2017 World Paranordic Skiing Championships. And Germany are top of the medal table. And they could extend their lead in this women's competition. They've got Anja Vicker and Andrea Eskau going for medals. This is Kristina Lorinc of Hungary. Deep breaths now. It's getting ever tougher. She did have a bit of an issue getting herself settled the last time we saw her in the shooting range. And once again, she's just taking her time to make sure that she's absolutely happy with everything. Her foot positioning, her body positioning. The support there on the left knee. But as I say, it is worthwhile making these preparations. Because they certainly, well, usually take less time than a penalty loop. Well, it was good with the first one, Lorinc, but she's missed number 2 and number 3, so a brief readjustment. It's worked for her. Number 4 is accurate. And so is number 5. So Sini Pie of Finland. She was the second from the start line. A deep sigh from Sini Pie. She plants her poles in to get her upright and get her off back onto the course again. That's Andrea Eskau, who probably won't know at this stage that her compatriot Martin Fleig has already gold medalled for the home nation. Oksana Masters won't know that either, but she will be very much concentrated on making sure that she finishes in top spot. But she's missed the second target, and that could be costly. Only one penalty so far. That was in the first round in the shooting range. And she recovers it well with the last 3, but she will have to do a 100-meter penalty loop. Oksana Masters will look over her shoulder to see if she can spot any of her rivals. There's one of them, Lydia Rafayeva, who is out on the course at the moment. Her best finish was in this distance, 7th in Sochi. Andrea Eskau is into the shooting range now. She too has only served 1 penalty loop so far, and that was in the first round at the range. Most experienced competitor, but still very much at the top of the sport. The half-hour mark has just passed. A few deep breaths to steady yourself, and then 3 between shot number 1 and shot number 2. It's 3 from 3 for Eskau. Keeping her focus, keeping her breathing technique right. 4 out of 5. One more. And there it is. Sharp shooting once again from Andrea Eskau. Off she goes. Excellent stuff from Eskau. And very much in the mix for a medal. Just 1 penalty for Eskau, 1 penalty for Rafayeva. Those two are the sharpest of the shooters in the shooting range. Here is Rafayeva. 31 years of age now. Her time will be calculated in real time. She's LW12 classification. It's Oksana Masters of the USA. It really is a close contest, this women's middle distance race. Masters has had more penalties, though, than Eskau, than Vika, than Rafayeva. That could ultimately make the difference. Anja Vika. Let's see what she can do in the range. One penalty in round 1, one penalty in round 3. This is the 4th and final round in the range. This is the last chance to make sure that you are as accurate as possible and can get back out on the course for the final lap. It's good from Vicker, and it's very quick as well, reeling them off. Takes her time with the last one, but it was worth that extra second. It's 5 from 5 for Anja Vicker. Off she goes, embarking on her final lap, the World Cup overall standings leader this season. Can she convert that into World Championship gold? She's got about 2 kilometers with which to do so. Christina Lorinc and Cindy Piet are on their final laps of the course. Off goes Anja Vicker. Can do no more in the range. It's all about what she's got left in the last couple of kilometers. It's tough going for Christina Lorinc, as we see here. And Cindy Piet is working hard to the last as well. The spectators here in Finsterau will be hoping for double gold on the first morning of competition for Germany. Andrea Eskau could deliver that. Just one penalty in the range. Lydia Rafayeva has crossed the finish line in 34 minutes 46. But Rafayeva has a 100% factoring. Eskau 94%. So although it may have taken her longer than 34 minutes 46 to get around the course, that will be factored in to the calculated time. Oksana Masters has not quite been as sharp in the shooting range as she may have liked and she may have needed if she was to medal. And certainly from a gold perspective. Cindy Piet embarks on that ascent, which has proved tougher and tougher as the minutes have ticked by for our competitors this morning. We're reaching the final stages of the women's middle distance sitting race. 10 kilometers it's been, 4 visits to the shooting range. And all of that will start to take its toll now. Quick finish for Oksana Masters of USA. She'll be the second to finish. 100% factoring for her as well. LW12 classification, which is impairments in both lower limbs, but with good sitting balance. So in the sit ski, the classifications mainly based on trunk function. It's hard work for Masters, that. Andrea Eskau has missed just once in the range. Has she been quick enough around the course? Oksana Masters, incidentally, has finished behind Lydia Rafayeva. Those are the only two that have finished so far. Eskau, 45 years of age. Multiple world champion, Paralympic champion. Tends to be a bit better over the shorter distances these days, Eskau. But she's been impeccable in the shooting range. Sini Pie of Finland is really digging deep, chin tucked into chest to get through the last bit of work. Andrea Eskau of Germany is getting a rousing reception from the home supporters as she comes down the finishing straight. How has that time factored in? It's gone in at second place, 36.48 for Andrea Eskau. Couple of minutes behind Lydia Hrafayeva, who is in gold medal position at the moment. I think only Anja Vicker out on the course is in a position to overtake that now. Sini Pie of Finland tucking in for the final approach. Has a factoring of 94%, which is the same factoring as Andrea Eskau, and she started before Eskau, so it's unlikely that Sini Pie will trouble the medal positions. That is Andrea Eskau. She can do no more. She must sit and wait now. Second at the moment, silver medal position at the moment, but Anja Vicker has had a very decent race. There she is in the number 26 bib. Best in the world based on World Cup performances so far this season. The reigning Paralympic champion. Can she add the 2017 world title to her ever-growing trophy cabinet? Well, Sini Pie has actually got another round in the shooting range to complete first, so she'll have another 2-kilometer lap of the course to complete. She's found it tough today. But Anja Vicker is coming into the home straight here in Finsterau. And she crosses the line. I've got my eyes on the official timings. Remember, it's Hrafayeva who is in pole position at the moment. Eskau in silver, Masters in bronze. The times have been calculated, and Anja Vicker is in silver medal position. Sini Pie just 1 from 5 in the shooting range there. She's got another 2 kilometers of hard work to get through. But the big news at the top end of this competition is that Anja Vicker crosses the line for the silver medal. So Lydia Hrafayeva will be the gold medalist and the world champion. Remarkable. Her best ever finish in the 10K biathlon, certainly on the biggest of international stages, was 7th in Sochi 3 years ago. Lydia Hrafayeva will be the world champion. Kristina Lorinc is still digging deep for Hungary. Her first major Para-Nordic competition, and it's really, really tough work for her. Made the switch from para-alpine skiing. Perhaps more focus on rowing in recent times. Did compete in Rio at the Paralympic Games in the summer of 2016. And the slight decline here will be a welcome break from the hard work that she's had to put in. Past 40 minutes now as she negotiates the turn. So a reminder then that Lydia Hrafayeva in 34 minutes 46 seconds is the 2017 world champion. Silver and bronze for Germany. Anja Vicker, the silver medalist. Andrea Eskau, the bronze medalist. And it's a strong start for Germany to these 2017 World Championships, with Martin Fleig winning the men's competition a little earlier on from 17-year-old Ukrainian Taras Rad. There was a bronze there for Korea's Yui Hyun Sin as well. So still 2 women to complete the course in this middle distance race. Christina Lorenz there wearing number 21. Somewhere out in the Bavarian forest at the moment is number 22, Sini Piet, as well. There she is. That wonderful blue and pink outfit. There is Andrea Eskau, the bronze medalist. Finished 26 seconds behind her compatriot Anja Vicker. Here is the confirmation of the men's competition then. Martin Fleig of Germany wins gold on home snow and a wonderful silver for 17-year-old Taras Rad. And Yui Hyun Sin, 36 years of age, is the World Championship bronze medalist.
Viel los anstelle der blaues Bereich. The gold medalist,
Christina Lorenz
Republic of Korea,
still has one more
Hyun-sin.
round to complete in the shooting range. So she still has 2 kilometers of skiing to undertake after this.
Silver medal representing the Ukraine. And the gold medalist representing
Tough introduction
Germany
to Para-Nordic skiing for Christina Lorenz. Her first major competition in this particular discipline of snow sports. Two from 4 in her final round in the range. She's having a bit of trouble with the rifle by the looks of it. Does get the final shot away, but it's not successful. So I said that she still had 2 kilometers to ski. Well, make that 2.3 kilometers. She's got 3 laps of the penalty loop to complete as well. 100 meters each time. So still a lot of snow to be covered for Christina Lorenz. Sini Piet of Finland is the only other competitor out on the course now. 4 of the 6 women who entered this race have crossed the finish line. The gold medalist Lydia Hrafayeva, silver for Anja Vicker, bronze for Andrea Eskau, and 4th place and just 5 seconds away from the podium, Oksana Masters of the USA. Just a couple more penalties than she'd have liked in the shooting range, Masters, and that's ultimately what has cost her there. She didn't shoot 1 clean round, whereas Hrafayeva, the gold medalist, shot 3 out of 4 clean rounds and only 1 penalty in the second round. Vicker, 2 clean rounds and 2 with just 1 penalty. And bronze medalist Eskau, a penalty in the first round of shooting, but then impeccable thereafter. Masters' pace around the course almost got her onto the podium, but not quite. There we go, a beautiful backdrop for these World Championships here in Finsterau. The Bavarian forest is very much a part of these cross-country courses. Reminder coming up a little bit later on for you on this live stream, the men's middle distance standing competition. That will start at about midday today. And the women's middle distance standing competition over 10 kilometers will follow that. The first athlete will be starting around 12:20 for that one. And then we have the men's and women's middle distance visually impaired races to round off day one. So an awful lot of action still to come on the live stream here. Live streaming and lots more information, including live results, at www.finsterau2017.com. That's the official website of these World Championships. And if you've got anything that you'd like to share with us, if you'd like to let us know where you're watching from, do feel free to get in touch with us on social media, hashtag Finsterau 2017. Cindy Pierre has been out there for 48 minutes and counting. A real gutsy effort from her. She says that her main motivation for racing is to experience nature. And there are few better places in the world to experience it than here in the heart of the Bavarian forest. If that's the case, then she will, I'm sure, have enjoyed today's race. As I said, she also says that she will not stop until she completes the perfect race. But at 24, this will serve as good experience. She was the youngest competitor in the field, so the least experienced in that regard. And as she gets into the tracks for the home straight, and a warm reception from the crowd here in Finsterau. Cindy Pierre digging deep until she crosses the line. Good work from the 24-year-old. Not easy. She found it tough in the shooting range. She's had to cover quite a considerable amount of penalty loops, and she comes home with the 5th fastest calculated time. A reminder that 4 other athletes before her have finished. Lydia Rafayeva, the gold medalist, Anya Vika silver, Andrea Eskau bronze, Oksana Masters missing out on the podium. And there is one more competitor to bring home. It's Kristina Lorenc of Hungary. First time that she's competed on this kind of stage in para-Nordic skiing. Decided to make the switch from para-alpine skiing. As I say, her last taste of major international competition was slightly warmer than it is here at the Rio 2016 Paralympics. And that was on water in the rowing competition. So Cindy Pierre's time has been confirmed at 49 minutes 37 seconds. 12.5 minutes down the way from 4th place Oksana Masters.
Da nutzen wir hier die Möglichkeit für euch hier im Stadion, für die zahlreichen Zuschauer, den Gewinner der ersten Veranstaltung hier ins Mikrofon zu holen. Also Martin Kleid. Martin, das läuft ja dick groß, bei Biathlon hat es gut begonnen. Medaille für die deutsche Mixstaffel. Und hier bei uns in Finsterau gleich mal Gold für Deutschland durch Martin Kleid. Für dich eine kleine Überraschung, dass du ganz vorne gehst.
And the mayor of Finsterau, as Kendall Binder said yesterday in his opening ceremony speech, that every single athlete would receive the welcome that they deserve when they cross the finish line. Whether they finish first or whether they finish last, they would all get a warm reception from the crowd here in Finsterau. And I'm certain that that will be the case for Kristina Lawrence as she puts in the work on her final lap. It's been a warm welcome for everybody involved in these World Championships that isn't from Finsterau, very friendly region. A lot of the athletes, a lot of the teams staying in the houses of local residents, and many of the local residents involved in all manner of volunteer roles here at the ski stadion, from catering to security. Kristina Lawrence is really working hard. We've seen this particular sharp incline get tougher and tougher for our competitors. True determination from Kristina Lawrence. As we say, that the World Championships here have created a bit of a buzz around the place amongst spectators young and old. Not for 1 second suggesting that the lady in the shot just then was old. But it is a fantastic facility and a wonderful day for the action. Clear blue skies overhead. Very little breeze, which makes the shooting range a touch easier. Kristina Lawrence being handed a drink to try and fuel her through.
Ladies and gentlemen, naja, wir haben gerade die Erfahrung gemacht, dass die Deutschen hier noch fehlen, aber das ist kein Problem. Das heißt, die werden hier gerade zu uns geholt. Für Deutschland schaut es also ganz gut aus, wie gesagt. Beim Biathlon haben wir schon 2 Medaillen. Die Mixstaffel hat ja...
There we are, a very good crowd on this Saturday morning in Finsterau. I think the entire village and surrounding area was out for the opening ceremony last night. Hundreds and hundreds of spectators here to witness the official opening of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. Another tough incline for Kristina Lawrence to deal with. We see some of the standing competitors warming up ahead of their races. Midday Central European time, the men's middle distance standing race will begin. About 12:20, the women's competition will also get underway. So we have 6 gold medals to give out on day 1. We've established 2 of them already. In the men's middle distance sitting 12.5 kilometer race, it was Martin Fleig of Germany who took the gold medal. And we can now look at the flower ceremony for the women's race, which was won by Lidia Rafayeva. On the left of your picture there, the bronze medalist Andrea Eskau, 45 years of age, adds a bronze medal to the home nation's tally.
And now, the bronze medalist representing Eskau.
She's the reigning world champion over 1.5 kilometers and 10 kilometers at cross country. She's got biathlon bronze. Here in Finsterau. Anja Vicker, the silver medalist, top of the overall World Cup standings at the moment, but was powerless to resist. She gets the mascot, the official mascot of the World Championships, Filu, the lynx. And look at the emotion on the face of Lidia Rafayeva of Belarus. What a superb performance from the 31-year-old. Her first major international medal. And the tears and the smiles say it all. What a display. 34 minutes 46. 1 minute 46 ahead of Anja Vicker, her nearest rival. Just one penalty in the shooting range in 4 rounds. It was a magical display from Rafayeva, and she thoroughly deserves her world title. Rafayeva gold, Vicker silver, and Eskau the bronze medalist in the women's middle distance sitting 10 kilometers.
Wenn wir gerade so schön beieinander stehen, die Frage, ob die Lucia
Fantastic moment for Rafayeva.
English, little bit English, 2 words.
Having her best ever season. Did she realise she was in that kind of form? I think her reaction when she was announced as the world champion would maybe suggest not.
Yes!
She's just said to the crowd that she is very surprised with that performance. I think surprised and ultimately very delighted as well. That's bronze medalist Andrea Eskau addressing the crowd as well. Great start to these World Championships for Germany. Gold in the men's middle distance, silver and bronze in the women's middle distance. I know it's very early days to be looking at the medal table, but looks very good for Germany at the moment. Anja Vicker, who perhaps started the race as the favourite, still seems pretty pleased with a silver medal to add to her Paralympic title across this distance from Sochi in 2014.
Ladies and Gentlemen, wir machen hier eine ganz kurze Pause, verschnaufen jetzt ein bisschen, vielleicht genehmigen uns auch ein alkoholfreies Weißbier jetzt zwischendrin, damit wir dann fit sind für die nächste Veranstaltung, die jetzt unmittelbar bevorsteht. Also gleich geht es hier weiter, wir machen auch ein bisschen Pause, vielleicht wollt ihr euch ein bisschen stärken, wir haben ja hier zahlreiche Bewirtungsstände aufgebaut, vorne gibt es natürlich auch, wenn ihr wollt, jetzt schon Brotzeit, Frühschoppen, Mittagessen, wie ihr wollt, im WM-Stadel, und wir sehen uns dann gleich wieder beim nächsten Rennen, das wir dann in ein paar Minuten hier starten werden. Wir sagen es durch, wenn es losgeht. Also euch viel Spaß und bis gleich.
So the first two races of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships have been completed here in Finsterau. Next up, at around midday, the men's middle distance standing and the women's middle distance standing coming up for you in just over half an hour's time.
Nochmal der Hinweis für Sie, meine Damen und Herren, das nächste Rennen, Man Middle Standing, findet dann um 12.
Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf, unterstützt durch Parat, Premium-Lösungen aus Kunststoff.
Nimm schon konzentriert. Man willst auch an den Rhythmus, weißt du? Nicht zu schnell, nicht zu langsam. Scheide in der Schulter drin haben, die Waffe.
je to lepší, že by si pořídit boriti se hry, že potřebuje do hloubky.
Well, welcome back to Finsterau, the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. Just a couple of minutes to midday Central European time here in the Bavarian Forest. My name's Rob Hayes. I'm your commentator throughout the competition here in southeast Germany on the live stream at finsterau2017.com. Next races we've got coming up for you is the men's middle distance standing. 12.5 kilometres, 5 laps of the 2.5 kilometre course. 13 competitors in this one, including that man there wearing 43, arguably the favourite Benjamin Davier, but Ihor Reptjuk and Niels-Erik Ulset will have something to say about that. Those three will go off last of all in this men's competition. The women's competition will begin at 12:20 this afternoon. And if you are just joining us for the first time, you're very welcome here to Finsterau. We've had 2 sets of medalists already. First thing this morning, the men's middle distance sitting race was won by Germany's Martin Fleig, who was absolutely delighted to win in front of his home crowd. And there were 2 more medals for Germany in the women's middle distance sitting race as well. Silver for Anja Vicker, bronze for Andrea Eskau, but the gold was won by Lidia Rafayeva, who was stunned, her first major international medal. That's Terry Ahrens, who will be the first man to get us underway in this standing 12.5 kilometre biathlon. The oldest man in the field, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, 47 years of age, from Great Britain, an army veteran. Has been competing on the World Cup circuit this season rather. He was part of the GB team at the 1998 Paralympic Winter Games in Japan. Very experienced Terry Ahrens, and he will begin the men's middle distance standing race. Next off the start line, Stefan Lemke. We saw him at the opening ceremony last night. He was the man who swore the oath on behalf of the athletes competing here in Finsterau. 28-year-old made his World Cup debut here on this course last year.
Standing, der dann um 12:30 eröffnet wird, von Terry Ahrens aus Großbritannien. Der ist der erste Starter. Gefolgt von
Number 33 is Juha Harkinen of Finland. Another man in his 40s. Was 12th in this race 2 years ago in Cable. Has only really been competing on the biggest stage since Sochi 2014, despite taking up the sport 14 years ago. Number 34, Sergei Silchanka of Belarus. Another man in his 40s, 45 years of age. Made his senior debut all the way back in 2001.
Schanka, Witold Skupien, der Pole, mit der 35, der gerade hier bei uns vorbeiläuft. Und hier sehen wir gerade die 36, das ist SV Romaniuk aus der Ukraine.
Number 35, Witold Skupien of Poland. Top 10 finishes in the relays, both in Sochi and in Cable 2 years ago. Serhiy Romaniuk of Ukraine, the youngest man in this race, just 21 years of age. His major international championships debut. But he will be spurred on by the silver medal achieved by Taras Rad earlier in the men's middle distance sitting. The 17-year-old Ukrainian Taras Rad got Ukraine's first medal. There'll be more to come these championships. 37 is Vitaly Sitnik. Yet to medal at a major international championships in this, his 8th season at the top of the sport. 38 is Keiichi Sato. Competed in the Rio Paralympics in the summer in para-triathlon. He's got his sights set on a medal in PyeongChang next year, but this is being used by most of the athletes as a good benchmark as to where they are 13 months or so before the Winter Paralympic Games over in Korea. 39, Grigory Vovchinski. A family affair here for Vovchinski. His wife is Alexandra Kononova, who will go in the women's middle distance standing race shortly. Husband versus wife to see who can get the best performance on the world stage. Mark Ahrens of Canada.
Let's get ready.
5th in this race 2 years ago. Did get a bronze medal in the World Championships in 2013. Perhaps a little bit better over the slightly shorter distances. But still one to watch, Mark Ahrens. Ihor Reptyuk, just 22 years of age. The reigning world champion over the longer distance, bronze in this discipline 2 years ago. Frighteningly good at just 22 years of age, Ihor Reptyuk. A definite contender for the podium. I think it's a case of what colour the medal will be rather than whether he'll get. 42 is Niels Erik Ulset of Norway. Silver over this distance in Cable 2 years ago. The 2010 Paralympic champion in the middle distance biathlon. Been winning medals since Salt Lake City 2002. And last but absolutely by no means least, Benjamin Davier, the informed man in the world at the moment, the overall leader in the World Cup standings. He is out seeking his first major individual gold medal. Gold in the relay 2 years ago in Cable. Picked up 3 silvers and a bronze there as well. So by no means a bad haul. This is Keiichi Sato then. Out on this 2.5 kilometre course. fairly steady going for the first 600 meters or so, and then pretty much unrelenting steady climb until the highest point, which is about 1.5 kilometers into the course. PyeongChang of Belarus there. Belarus already with a gold medal in their hall. Lidzia Hrafayeva won the women's middle distance sitting earlier on. So Stefan Lemke of Germany then in for his first round in the shooting range. It's good so far, 2 from 2. Missed the target right in the middle, but got the 2 either side of it. So 4 out of 5 for Stefan Lemke, just 1 loop of the penalty loop, 150 meters for him to negotiate before he can get back out on for his second lap of the course. It's Terry Aarons in the foreground there of Great Britain, an army veteran, so knows his way around a rifle, the 47-year-old.
31 raus. Und eine Scheibe bleibt stehen. 33 ebenfalls. Auf Bahn 5.
That's Vitaly Sitnik, Ukraine.
Die 33 ist auch raus.
And there is Niels Erik Ulset of Norway. As I say, very much a contender for a medal.
Von der Nummer 35, der hier die 36 reinkommt. Favoriten dann die 40. Arends aus Kanada, Repchuk aus der Ukraine, Ulset aus Norwegen und Davier, der Kantöre mit der Startnummer.
Few athletes in the shooting range at the moment.
Beim Schießen auf Bahn 8.
Mark Arends of Canada's there. Repchuk of Ukraine as well.
Bahn 6 wird ebenfalls geschossen. Und die 37 kommt.
There goes Arends.
Südlich aus der Ukraine. Sein Betreuer ist schon vorne.
Approaching 5 minutes out on the course now, the Canadian.
Stehen jetzt noch. Ja, stehen 2 Scheiben. Das ist also zweimal die Runde. 38. Das Sato aus Japan. Und hier kommt die 39. Wojcinski aus der Ukraine auf Bahn 6 jetzt. Auf 5, auf 6 und auf 7 wird geschossen. 7 ist fertig. 2 Fehler. Zweimal in einige Runde.
Number 37 there, Vitaly Sitnik. This is Keiichi Sato.
Deutsche Startnummer ist wie gesagt die 32 Lemke, der vorhin eine Runde sich erlaubt hat. Damit ist er natürlich noch gut dabei.
Quickly up to his feet and away, readjusts his goggles, gets the poles going.
Beendet ist, meine Damen und Herren, dann sehen Sie natürlich hier, da wird hier mit einem Seil, nachdem die Trefferanzeige erfolgt ist, wieder aufgezogen. Das heißt, die Scheiben werden wieder zurückgezogen, sodass man dann 5 Ziele wieder zu bekämpfen hat.
The female competitors warming up. The women's middle distance standing race will begin in just under 10 minutes' time.
Es ist Arends, wenn ich es richtig gesehen habe, die Startnummer 40 muss sein.
It's Ulset being pursued by Benjamin Davier. Ulset LW3 classification, factoring of 89% for him. Benjamin Davier's LW2 classified, 91% his factoring.
Und gleich wird Ulset auftauchen und dann natürlich auch Davier mit der Startnummer 3.
Remember that the level of impairment of these athletes is taken into account to produce a calculated time. That's Stefan Lemke of the home nation Germany. Was 10th in the sprint in the World Cup event here in Finsterau last year.
Athleten, die nur halt eine entsprechend hoch- oder weniger hochgradige Behinderung haben. Also absolute Top-Athleten, die hier unterwegs sind. Hier kommen im Doppelpack.
There they are, Niels-Erik Ulset and Benjamin Davier.
Jetzt wird spannend.
They enter the shooting range together.
Auf Ulset.
Those two will very much be there or thereabouts throughout this race. Benjamin Davier. A few breaths before getting his first round underway. Unsuccessful with the first.
Also Ulset und Davier praktisch gleich auf. Vor ihnen Repchuk ist schon raus mit der 41. Und Ahrens haben Sie ja vorhin auch schon gesehen. Den Kanadier mit der 40. Der war auch mit einem sehr guten Schießen. Das sind also die 4, die jetzt momentan vorne liegen. Wowczynski auch noch mit dabei, der Ukrainer. Und wir warten schon wieder auf Lemke, den Deutschen, den einzigen deutschen Feld, mit der Startnummer.
That's Grigory Wowczynski in the split times so far. He is the fastest man. It's Keiichi Sato of Japan with the red headgear on. Coming up towards the 10-minute mark for him.
Das dort vorne bekämpft werden muss. Wenn das Geschoss vorne aufklatscht auf der Trefferfläche, dann zieht die Mechanik die Scheibe.
Lemke of Germany, 7th after the first split time.
Da drüben sehen Sie übrigens schon aufgebaut, wenn Sie schauen, ab Bahn 11, das ist dann der nächste Wettbewerb, den wir dann machen, da wird es besonders interessant. Das ist dann sogenanntes akustisches Schießen. Wenn Sie sagen, wie geht das denn? Das sind also die visually impaired, die entweder komplett blind oder stark sehbehindert sind. Die schießen also per Akustik mit einem Infrarotsignal. Die haben also einen Kopfhörer dann auf.
There is Iho Repchuk. 4th quickest on the first lap. As I say, just 22 years of age, Repchuk. Looking to improve on the bronze medal that he got in Cable.
Jetzt sind wir aber bei den Standings und warten auf den nächsten Schützen, der jetzt gleich mal
Silchanka of Belarus, very methodical, very deliberate technique. He now works his way up the incline. Lemke is into the range for the second time this afternoon. Good with the first. Good with the second. Good with the third. Some cheers coming from the home crowd here in Finsterau. Can he make it 100% on round 2? Stefan Lemke. No, he can't. 4 out of 5. So a 150-meter penalty loop for Lemke to complete before he can embark on the 3rd lap.
Strafrunde für Lemke, aber das ist auf 150 Meter hat er gleich und das dauert in etwa genauso lang wie beim Biathlon. Also ich sag mal so 28 bis 30 Sekunden wird er ungefähr brauchen für diese Strafrunde. Und hier ist die 84, die jetzt schon da ist.
Very well supported, Lemke, as he exits the penalty loop. The crowd spur him on for his next lap. Silchanka of Belarus is in for his second round in the range.
Wowczynski aus der Ukraine hat hier schon 34 aufgelaufen. Der ist 2,5 vor ihm gestartet. Dann kommen die nächsten beiden, 33 und 38 kommen jetzt. Unter anderem Sato aus Japan.
3 from 5 for Silchanka.
Eine blitzschnelle Stießeinlage hier abgeliefert. Das ist Wowczynski aus der Ukraine.
So an extra 300 meters to ski for the 45-year-old. As he must complete 2 penalty loops.
Das tut jetzt, wenn nicht am Bild wieder auf die Strecke. 4 und 5 beim Bild jetzt. Dort kommt schon der nächste, das ist
There he goes, very busy in this particular area of the Finsterau ski stadion. It's right next to the start line, right next to the finish line. Spectators are between the penalty loop and the shooting range here in Finsterau, so they can see all of the action close up. This is Witold Skupien of Poland. Third major international championships for him. Sochi 2014, Cable 2015.
35 und 41 Ausschütter. Das ist Reptjuk.
No top 10 finishes individually for him as of yet, but this is not a bad opportunity.
Skupien aus Polen. Fertig.
It's very deliberate in the range. Reptjuk is up and away while Skupien remains firmly focused on the target. It's all set in the traditional blue, white and red of Norway.
Handicap, also es gibt entsprechende Handicap-Faktoren des jeweiligen.
The closing ceremony in Sochi.
Also jetzt sind hier die Favoriten alle durch.
Skupien is on the penalty loop now, having completed his second round of shooting.
Hier kommt er schon.
Served 2 penalties in the first round as well.
43. Das ist also Benjamin Davier aus Frankreich.
Benjamin Davier of France.
Momentan nach 2 Stationen, nach der Ukraine und nach bekannten Finnland, ist er der Mann im sogenannten gelben Trikot des Gesamtweltcups. Davier auf Bahn Nummer 2.
Just catching his breath and making sure that he is in prime position.
Der Norweger. Und wieder toll für den Franzosen. Ist schon wieder raus. Davier wieder mit 0. Und jetzt heißt Konzentration für den Norweger, der muss jetzt 0.
Off he goes again, Benjamin Davier. Look to me to be a 5 from 5 round again for the Frenchman.
Davier hat also schon 30 Sekunden von der Laufzeit her gut gemacht.
Grigory Wowczynski, the reigning Paralympic champion over the 15-kilometer distance. 7th in this competition in the World Championships 2 years ago. Keiichi Sato wearing 38. In the background, Mark Aarons wearing 40. The women's competition has now got underway. That was Iveta Faron of Poland, the second woman to go. First was Brittany Hudak of Canada. She started just a minute ago. 10 kilometers for the women to race over. 5 laps of this 2-kilometer course. That's Bogdana Konashuk of Ukraine, just 18 years of age. Her debut on this kind of stage. Number 54 is Eureka Abbey. 5th in this 10-kilometer biathlon 2 years ago in Cable. She was 4th in the sprint as well, and she's seeking her first major medal. She knows what it takes to get right up there with the best. But is a top 3 finish in the offing for the 21-year-old from Japan this year. Emily Young of Canada, 26 years of age now. Her major debut was in Cable 2 years ago. Got 4 top 10 finishes. Not a bad start to life on the top stage of Paranordic skiing. Former international triathlete and wrestler. Another Japanese athlete now, Momoko Dekajima, 42 years of age. Has been competing at the very top level since 2002. May remember her from Sochi, actually. She appeared well ahead of the rest in the 12.5 kilometer biathlon, but it turned out that she had been sent the wrong way on the course, and eventually, after completing penalty loops to sort of get her back up to the same distance as the rest of her competitors, finished 7th. One of the stranger stories from Sochi 2014. Irina Bui is number 57 from Ukraine. Bronze medalist 2 years ago. The world champion 4 years ago. Has she got what it takes to get back on top spot this time? Still just 21 years of age. Her compatriot, Yulia Batenkova. 5 Ukrainian women in this field. Batenkova has 14 World Championship medals, 4 of them gold. 13 Paralympic medals as well. So Batenkova knows exactly what is required. She'd love to recapture that world title from 4 years ago. Lyudmila Lyashenko, silver in the 6K, the 10K and the 12.5 kilometer biathlon in the World Championships 2 years ago. She's certainly in contention for a medal again here. 2nd overall in the Biathlon World Cup standings at the moment, but it will take some stopping this woman, Alexandra Kononova, the reigning world champion across all 3 biathlon distances and all 3 cross-country distances. She was the silver medalist in Sochi over 10 kilometers. Just 25 years of age, and already one of the best Paranordic skiers that Ukraine has ever produced. Her husband, Grigory Vovchinsky, is going in the men's competition. This is Benjamin Davier of France, who is in a similar position to Kononova, in that he is the leader of the World Cup standings overall this season. This is Juha Harkinen of Finland, one of the more experienced men in this field, 42 years of age.
Während hier 2 am Stück reinkommen, die 36, die 37 und die 41 ist raus, und da sind 2 stehen geblieben, 41, also zweimal in die Runde. Da verliert er also jetzt eine Minute eigentlich. Dann ist Reaktion.
Good start this from Harkinen. And it's 5 from 5 for Juha Harkinen. Good stuff in the shooting range from the 42-year-old. And he is back on his way. That's Terry Aarons of Great Britain. 25 minutes elapsed now. He was the first man to go at midday. Witold Skupian of Poland comes in
Alles überstanden.
His next effort in the range.
Aus bei unserem Freund aus Frankreich. Der letzte lässt er stehen, bisschen mit Wut, packt er seine Utensilien jetzt zusammen und geht leider hier einmal in die Strafrunde. Da könnte es nochmal spannend werden, wenn nämlich jetzt die zwei
Into his 5th year competing in Paranordic skiing.
Sie hier sehen, da kommen schon die ersten Mädels hier
Continuing to make small improvements and has big competition experience, Skupien.
Die Wetterfaron aus Polen und die 43 auch schon da.
2 penalties in his first 2 rounds at the range so far.
Spannung und warten auf die 42, die jetzt reinkommt. Ülse. Also wenn er noch die Chance haben will vorne, dann heißt es jetzt Null schießen.
Some of the female competitors have completed their first 2 kilometer lap and are now in the range alongside Skupien, who is very deliberate with the rifle, takes his time.
Schauen wir und drücken die Daumen Ülse auf Platz 2 und bitte jetzt die Null, damit spannend bleibt.
But in biathlon, if you just allow yourself the extra second, if you're not entirely happy before pulling the trigger, it could make all the difference, and it could save you having to ski the penalty loop. So, well worth it. Around he goes, Skupien. That's Emily Young of Canada. Coming into the range for her first round. This her second World Championships.
Schauen wir kurz auf die Starthilfe bei den Frauen. Also die 51, das ist Hudak aus Kanada, 52 Faron aus Polen, Konashuk aus
An interesting, almost leopard print-like sight on her rifle there. The blue and pink colours. Pink coat there in her image as well. Obviously a fan. 5 from 5 on her opening round though, Emily Young. It's a very good start for her.
Dann Lyudmila Jaschenko aus der Ukraine und auch die Führerin ist auch aus der Ukraine. Das ist Alexandra Kononova. Also da sind die 4 ersten im Weltcup allesamt aus der Ukraine. Bui, Batenkova, Jaschenko und Kononova. 4 Ukrainerinnen ganz vorne. Die Favoritin mit Sicherheit der World Cup Leader Alexandra Kononova, Nummer 60.
A lot of spectators enjoying the action and the weather here. Going to get up to a toasty 2 degrees at its warmest this afternoon. Number 40 is Mark Ahrens, going very well for Canada at the moment. Tends to favour the shorter of the biathlon distances. But you cannot count him out over 12.5 kilometres as well. Has medalled in this event before, 2013 bronze medalist. It's another good round for Ahrens. No penalties in the shooting range so far for the Canadian. Stefan Lemke, the home interest in this men's race. Still in its infancy, his Paranordic skiing career.
Vielleicht klappt es diesmal mit einem fehlerfreien Schießen für den jungen Deutschen. Steffen Lindner mit der Startnummer 32. Der Kanadier, der ist schon raus, die 40. Lemke.
This is good stuff from Lemke.
Und das schafft er.
And that's his first perfect round. A penalty in rounds 1 and 2. But shoots clean third time round, Stefan Lemke, and he can get cracking.
Die müsste jetzt dann in Kürze fallen, wenn die Hochstartnummern kommen.
That's Witold Skupian of Poland. This is Ihor Repchuk of Ukraine.
Das heißt, er ist zeitmäßig deutlich hinter dem Mann mit der 40, hinter Ahrens.
Good so far in the range. Clean in round 1. Just one penalty in the second round. What does he have in round 3 of 4? He has a good start. And a couple of misses in the middle there. So not quite the accuracy that Repchuk desired. And the penalty loops that are resulting from those misses could prove costly to his medal hopes. That's Konashuk of Ukraine, 18 years old. Her first time competing at this level. But I'm sure it would serve her well, not only in the race, but also to be surrounded by so much experience and so much talent in the Ukrainian Paranordic skiing team. On the women's side and on the men's side as well. This is Grigory Vovchinsky. He's going well out on the course and well in the shooting range as well. At the last split time and the calculated times, he was going round in second place, Vovchinsky. Sveta Faron of Poland. Another teenager making her major championships debut. And this is Brittany Hudak of Canada. She was fourth in the 5 kilometre, the sprint version of the biathlon at the World Championships 2 years ago, Brittany Hudak.
Das ist also Ahrens, der Kanadier, der ist schon auf der Schlussschleife, wird jetzt gleich mal ins Ziel kommen dort vorne. Hier wird gekreiselt. Und hier schießen die Mädels auf Bahn 7 und auf Bahn 9. Auf Bahn 9 alles abgeräumt. Und hier kommt die 42. Das ist Ölset.
A little puff of the cheeks for Brittany Hudak. She was the first female competitor out on the course in this women's middle distance standing race. They see good vantage point for the spectators. They can either have a look at the penalty loop area or they can have a look at the shooting range as well. And a lot of them will be here to support this man, Stefan Lemke. Going okay at the moment. Just a couple of penalties in the range. Lemke had a perfect round in round 3. That's Momoko Dekijima, most experienced competitor in the women's field at 42. Her 15th year in major international competition. outside shout for a medal. It'll take a fantastic performance, though, to prevent Ukraine filling the podium in the women's competition. 4 from 5 for Dekijima. We've had some of the men's competitors over the finish line. Vovchinski wearing 39, Mark Ahrens wearing 40. Shattered Vovchinski. Went really well, but at the minute it is Mark Ahrens who is leading the men's competition. He came home in 30 minutes, 39 seconds, his calculated time. 45 seconds ahead of Vovchinski. Across the line now is Keiichi Sato of Japan. Down on his knees, he's given absolutely everything, the 37-year-old. Never medalled in a major Para-Nordic skiing championship. It looks as if he's given absolutely everything to the cause. That's Stefan Lemke of Germany. Making the final climb, the 28-year-old. Keiichi Sato has managed to get to his feet. 33 is Juha Harkinen of Finland. Still working hard out there, the 42-year-old. Just had Keiichi Sato's time confirmed, 32.41, third fastest so far. 3 finishers we've had. Ihor Reptyuk digging deep to make that climb in the fastest way possible. Real contender for a medal, Reptyuk. 30 minutes 39 is the time to beat. Here comes Stefan Lemke of Germany. A warm reception for him from the Finsterau crowd. Leaning on his poles for support. Well received and well liked here, Stefan Lemke. Finsterau crowd have seen him before in the World Cup last year. That's Vitaly Sitnik of Ukraine. Never medalled at a major championships. Here comes Ihor Reptyuk to cross the line. Now we'll have a look at his confirmed time. Stefan Lemke's has just come in at 37 minutes 16. So no medal for Lemke. Almost 7 minutes down on our current leader, Mark Ahrens. Reptyuk has crossed the line and is only good enough for 4th. 33.29 for Reptyuk, so he will not be on the podium. This is Benjamin Davier, the World Cup leader at the moment, the Frenchman. Face down in the snow after giving it absolutely everything to try and win his first major individual gold. Gold in the relay 2 years ago. No individual world titles as of yet. Now crossing the line, Vitaly Sitnik. Benjamin Davier's time has just come in, and it's slower than Mark Ahrens, so Davier will still have to wait for that major individual gold. It's silver at the moment for him. This is Silchanka of Belarus. 45-year-old crosses the line. The top 3 at the moment then. Mark Ahrens in pole position. Benjamin Davier currently in 2nd, and Grigory Vovchinski of Ukraine has come in 3rd place. There are still some very quick men out there. Niels-Erik Ulset, perhaps the quickest of them. This is Serhii Romaniuk. 21 years of age, his major international debut. Part of a very strong Ukraine team. Serhiy Romaniuk. Wait to see where he appears in the shake-up. That's Alexandra Kononova, the favourite for the women's race. The reigning champion over pretty much anything she competes in. Juha Harkinen of Finland warmly received over the line. Romaniuk's time has just been confirmed in 8th place, so no change in the top 3 at the moment. Mark Ahrens of Canada is in pole position. Benjamin Davier, current silver medalist. Grigory Vovchinsky is in bronze medal position at this moment in time. Harkinen's time is 39.59 calculated. That puts him 10th of 10 with 3 athletes still to cross the line. Niels Erik Ulset now. What kind of time has he managed to produce, the Norwegian? Silver 2 years ago in Cable. 30.39 is the time to beat for Mark Ahrens for gold. Has Niels Erik Ulset done anywhere near enough? If my statistics are right, he made 0 errors in the shooting range. Has he been quick enough around the course? No, he hasn't. Niels Erik Ulset goes 5th. I don't think the 2 remaining finishers, Witold Skupjan or Terry Ahrens, are going to trouble the medal positions. So it looks as if the men's race is run. Mark Ahrens, Benjamin Davier and Grigory Vovchinsky in that order. The women's competition is still very much in full flow. That's Eureka Abbey of Japan and Bogdana Konashuk of Ukraine. Eureka Abbey can go and press on with her next lap. Penalties for Konashuk. It's number 59, Ludmila Lyashenko, one of 5 Ukrainian athletes. Has had to play second fiddle to compatriot Alexandra Kononova in recent years. Is 2017 the year that Lyashenko can oust her compatriot? It's 3 from 5 in that round in the range, so a couple of penalty loops will not help her cause, Lyashenko. She'll be keen to get around that 150-meter loop twice as quickly as she can. Aber die machen das hier sensationell. Wie gesagt, das sind alles Weltklasse-Athleten auf allerhöchstem Niveau, die hier auch skitechnisch natürlich auf Weltklasse-Niveau unterwegs sind. Und da unterscheiden sich also kein... Terry Ahrens, the first man out in the men's middle distance standing race, still plugging away. This is Witold Skupjan of Poland crossing the line. The penultimate man to do so. Also ein Tablet oder ähnliches können Sie übrigens das Rennen auch live auf der Strecke begutachten. Es besteht also hier die Möglichkeit, den Online-Stream, den Livestream 27-year-old Witold Skupjan just waiting to see where he places. Above Juha Harkinen, so 11th for Witold Skupjan. Live übertragen. Es gibt hier ein tschechisches Kamerateam von der IPC. Die filmen das Ganze hier auch draußen auf der Strecke. Und dort oben sehen Sie ja schon den Kameraturm. Wir haben dort einen grünen TV-Dress. Hier sehen Sie den Skistand. Und wie gesagt, zücken Sie Ihr Handy und schauen Sie den Skistand. There he is, Skupjan. So 1 man to finish in the men's middle distance standing race, and it's 47-year-old Terry Ahrens of Great Britain. 44.05 is his time. Tough work for Terry Ahrens, who completes the men's field. So unofficially, before anything is 100% confirmed, it would look as if our world champion in the men's middle distance 12.5 kilometer biathlon is Mark Ahrens of Canada. Silver medalist Benjamin Davier of France. And just 7 seconds behind him, Grigory Vovchinsky of Ukraine. His wife, Alexandra Kononova, looks to be leading this women's middle distance race at the moment. That's Eureka Abe of Japan. Terry Ahrens straight on a beverage of some description. Couldn't quite see over his shoulder. Looks suspiciously like a beer there. Although I'm sure it's not. That's Konashuk of Ukraine, just 18 years of age. Currently studying physical education at the Eastern European National University in Ukraine. Emily Young of Canada. And there in the penalty loop area at the moment is Irina Bui. She's becoming more and more familiar with that penalty loop area. 2 penalties in her first round, 3 in her second round. This is Brittany Hudak of Canada. Another athlete that has her sights set on the Winter Paralympic Games in PyeongChang next year. A couple of 4th place finishes last year in Cable in the 5 kilometer and the 4 by 2.5 kilometer mixed relay. She's going around in 5th place at the moment. Kononova is the leader.
IPC World Championships in Finsterau. Der Filou, ist jetzt schon ein Kultteilchen geworden.
Still just 23 years of age, Brittany Hudak, so a lot of experience still to be gained for her. This is Irina Bui, 2013 world champion and bronze medalist from Cable 2 years ago, but well down the field at the moment.
Christian Eder, der mit seinem 300-Mann-Team hier ein Jahr lang gearbeitet hat.
In fact, I have her in 9th of 10.
Nicht aus dem Boot zu starten, sondern hier ins Stadion zu zaubern. Dieses wunderschöne Skistadion in Finsterau. Mount Finsterau wird also momentan hier im Fokus der Weltöffentlichkeit hier gezeigt.
All smiles from the supporters here in Finsterau. Have to say, it's an exceptionally friendly village and region here in the beautiful Bavarian forest. Momoko Dekajima then of Japan is just outside the top 3 based on split times, the 42-year-old. Their best ever appearance in a major championships was bronze in the cross-country relay in 2005. Bogdana Konashuk. Good effort from her in her first major championships, the 18-year-old. Currently 7th, Bonashuk. See how she gets on in the range. Missed the first, but it's a good recovery. 2, 3, and 4 are good. 5 is good. So 4 from 5 for Konashuk. Just a 150-meter penalty loop before she can get back out on the course. Number 59 is Lyudmila Lyashenko. Needs a good round here because Brittany Huda, Eureka Abe, Momoko Dekijima are all vying for medals, as well as the leader Alexandra Kononova. So Lyashenko needs to shoot clean here. It's a good start. It's 4 from 4. It's 5 from 5 from Lyudmila Lyashenko. When it matters the most, that is great marksmanship.
Zeiten gehen wir natürlich noch keine durch. Dann warten wir erst einmal die Protestzeit ab und die Multiplikation. Und am Ende dann wird es hier das Ergebnis dann bei der Flower-Zeremonie geben.
The 58 is Yulia Batenkova. One of the most decorated Para-Nordic skiers of all time, really. 33-year-old, she's kind of had to cope with the rising stars in the Ukrainian Para-Nordic skiing team, the likes of Kononova, Lyashenko. She's 33 now, Batenkova. But I'm sure she passes on a lot of her vast experience to her compatriots. Just 2 from 4 in this final round in the range. She gets the last though, so 3 from 5 for Batenkova. Served a couple of penalties after the second round, one after the third round as well. Irina Bui has really struggled in the shooting range, which has toppled her well down the field. She's served a total of 10 penalties, which has added 1.5 kilometers onto the overall distance that she's had to cover in this women's middle distance race. She's currently 10th of 10.
Kononova wird hier noch vermisst im Skistand. Die muss also einmal noch hier reinkommen. Die Nummer 60. Komischerweise also die führende im gesamten Weltcup. Noch nicht beim Führenden gewesen. So wird zumindest nicht mal mitgeteilt. Also Kononova, die Startnummer 60.
Right at this second, it's Bui's Ukrainian teammates Alexandra Kononova and Lyudmila Lyashenko that lead the way. Ukraine 1-2, Japan 3-4 as it stands. Eureka Abe and Momoko Dekijima. Irina Bui into the shooting range for what will be the last time. Missed all 5 targets in her third round. That will not be the case this time. Would certainly not be the case. Can she turn this into 5 from 5? She can, Irina Bui. Well done to her. Her first clean round. Saves the best till last, Bui. 2 more kilometers for her to complete.
Wir werden in Kürze die ersten Zieleinläufe dann erleben und erwarten hier noch die letzten Damen beim Schießen, beim abschließenden vierten.
It's going to be a very interesting finish to this.
Dann geht er hoch zur Flower und dann stand das letzte oder die letzten beiden Rennen des heutigen Rennens.
That's Liashenko, who is desperately trying to do all she can to come in ahead of Kononova. But this is Kononova. They have the same factor in Kononova and Liashenko. So Kononova, left arm aloft. She must know that she's done enough. We'll wait official confirmation. But it would seem for all the world as if Alexandra Kononova has retained her wild title. Eureka Abbey has given absolutely everything to this. Just making sure she's okay. Has put everything she had into that. Eureka Abbey. Kononova then, 31.41 is her time. Coming in now is Brittany Hudak and Iveta Farron. So the confirmed time so far: Alexandra Kononova is first, Eureka Abbey second, Iveta Farron third, Brittany Hudak is fourth. They're crossing the line, Lyudmila Liashenko. Didn't really start very well for Liashenko. A couple of penalties in her first round. She's ahead of the rest of the field, bar Kononova. So at the moment, as it stands, it's a Ukraine 1 and 2. Alexandra Kononova and Lyudmila Liashenko. Next to finish, Bogdana Konashuk. Good performance from the 18-year-old on her major championships debut. Get the feeling that we will be seeing her again. Momoko Dekajima was involved in a tussle really for time with her compatriot Eureka Abbey. Really, it was what seemed to be a tussle for bronze, so we'll just wait to see the confirmed time for Momoko Dekajima. I think at first glance that Eureka Abbey will just have the edge, but we'll await confirmation of that. Emily Young of Canada. Just going through her final few hundred meters. There's Yulia Batenkova, still to finish as well. Dekajima's time has been confirmed. She was, in fact, in the end at 1 minute 10 behind Eureka Abbey. So it's Kononova in first place, Liashenko in second, Abbey in third, Dekajima in fourth. 3 more women still to finish, but it's unlikely that they're going to be challenging at the top.
Also uns fehlt noch ein Siegergebnis bei den Männern. Wenn wir das erinnern haben, dann schreibt das hat. Die Minuten also hier die Flower Ceremony. Man standing. Biathlon
Batenkova.
Distance.
27 major international medals. She gets the welcome she deserves as she comes into the home straight, crosses the line. Maybe good enough for top 5 for Batenkova. just get tougher and tougher, especially when the young guns of the Ukrainian team are frighteningly quick. See what that's taken out of Botenkova. It's good enough for 5th, behind the 2 Japanese athletes Yurika Abe and Momoko Dekajima. So 35.53 the time for Botenkova. Oh, we're going to have a sprint finish to round this off, are we? Emily Young in the red in 55 of Canada. Irina Bui of Ukraine is 57. Irina Bui did start about a minute later than Emily Young. She's just ahead of her in the final stages as they come towards the stadium here in Finsterau. "21 years of age, Irina Bui. Maybe a little bit disappointed with this. She was the world champion in 2013, bronze medalist 2 years ago. This has been a really strong field and a really tough race. Served 10 penalties after missed targets in the shooting range as well, Irina Bui, which absolutely did not help her. So tough for her. But at 21 will only serve as a learning experience, I'm certain. So she crosses the line 38.30 for 9th place. Emily Young rounds off the women's middle distance standings in 10th place. So the world champion, the defending champion, is Alexandra Kononova. She won all 3 biathlon races and all 3 cross-country races at the World Championships 2 years ago. She's made the perfect start here. Kononova is the 2017 world champion. Silver for fellow Ukrainian Lyudmila Lyashenko. And it's bronze for Yurika Abe of Japan, her first major international medal. Some fantastic action for all of our supporters to have witnessed so far here on day 1 of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. If you're enjoying what you're seeing on this live stream, get in contact with us, hashtag Finsterau 2017 on Twitter. Lots of information, live results and standings on the website as well, finsterau2017.com. There's Filu, the official mascot of the World Championships. The word Filu, a mixture of the words Finsterau and Lux. Lux meaning lynx in German. There are around 20 to 30 wild lynx in the Bavarian forest. The name of the mascot was the result of a social media competition. Filu was the winner. So 2 more world champions have been decided. The results are not quite yet official, but it looks as if Mark Ahrens of Canada, the 26-year-old, is the men's middle distance standing world champion. Silver for Benjamin Davier of France. Bronze for Grigory Vovchinsky of Ukraine. And Vovchinsky's wife, Alexandra Kononova, successfully defended her world title from 2 years ago. Silver in the women's race for Lyudmila Lyashenko, and bronze for Eureka Abe of Japan. In fact, there we do have confirmation. The flower ceremony for the men's race.
Now, bronze, representing the Ukraine.
Bronze for Ukraine's Grigory Vovchinsky. Vast improvement from 7th place at the World Championships 2 years ago. He's the reigning Paralympic champion in the 15-kilometer individual. Benjamin Davier still seeking his first major individual gold. 3 silvers 2 years ago. Has no choice but to settle for silver once again.
Representing Canada, Mr. Mark Ahrens.
And the world champion. And the smile says it all. Mark Ahrens of Canada.
Canada.
5th 2 years ago. Bronze medalist in 2013. This time, it's gold for Ahrens. Those are your top 3 in the men's middle distance, standing 12.5 kilometers. Mark Ahrens, Benjamin Davier, and Grigory Vovchinsky. We'll have the women's ceremony to come for you shortly, and we still have 2 more races to get through on day 1 of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. It's all about middle distance biathlon today. We've got the visually impaired races coming for you very shortly. The men's race will get underway in 10 minutes' time. Swiftly followed by the women's middle distance race at 1:30.
It was a great performance. I saw you in the shooting range. Always you.
The clean and today you came together. Zero was a little off for me, but
I would say it was a short surprise that you won the race.
Our master of ceremonies commenting on Mark Ahrens' sharp shooting. He shot as clean as you can, as clean as you could ever wish to shoot in a World Championships. Not a single missed shot in 20. 4 perfect rounds for Mark Ahrens. Benjamin Davier missed 1 in the 3rd round and 1 in the 4th round. They ultimately proved costly to him.
Also, toller Applaus. Und hier ist unser Freund aus der Ukraine, Gregor Vovchinsky. One word in English for the audience here. The race was good for you?
congratulations, Mark Ahrens and Benjamin, strong athletes. At the day before the first race and world champion, it's very hard for all athletes. And guys too strong and too long to way more 5 race for me. And yeah, I'm happy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. You told me he speaks no English, but it was a perfect English. Congratulations. And it was a great performance also for the number 3, for the bronze medalist, for Gregory Vovchinsky. Meine Damen und Herren, kleine Sekunde Geduld, es geht dann gleich hier weiter mit der nächsten Flower Ceremony. Die Mädels warten ja auch schon, die werden wir jetzt ja auch begrüßen dürfen. Die Positionen 1, 2, 3, die sind ja hier unten alle schon längst im Ziel. Die Siegerinnen natürlich stehen auch schon fest und die werden wir hier in Kürze machen. Also wenn Sie wollen, halten sich hier herum auf und beglücken Sie dann die Athletin mit ihrer Anwesenheit. Es ist immer ganz wichtig, dass hier ein paar Leute gleich schon wieder weiter, und zwar mit den nächsten Wettbewerben. 2 haben wir noch, das sind dann die sogenannten Visually Impaired. Das ist also ganz, ganz besonders interessant. Das sind also diejenigen mit Sehbehinderung, mit mehr oder weniger groß. Es gibt dann welche mit kompletter Sehbehinderung, also totally blind, wie man sagt. Die haben dann ein Eye-Cover sogar oben drüber noch, dass das Ganze auch nochmal nach außen signalisiert. Und die werden dann gleich starten. Um 13:20 Uhr geht es hier dann los mit den Man, Middle, Visually Impaired. Erster Start also um 13:20 Uhr um 30 Sekunden. Das werden wir also dann hier praktisch zeitgleich erledigen. Und hier herum die Flower Ceremony für die Standing bei den Frauen. Das gibt es natürlich dann auch zweimal. Men and Women. Die Women Visually Impaired, die starten dann auch ab 13:30 Uhr. Da sind dann auch jede Menge Deutsche wieder mit im Feld, unter anderem dann Clara Klug. Und bei den Männern Nico Messinger, die dann die deutschen Fahnen hochhalten werden oder zumindest versuchen, dies zu tun, damit wir hier eventuell weitere Erfolge für Deutschland zu bejubeln haben. Einige Medaillen haben wir schon gesehen, unter anderem heute Vormittag. Martin Fleich hat ja hier gewonnen bei den Sittings und bei den Women's Sitting. Da gab es ja gleich 2 deutsche Medaillen, die silberne und die bronzene, GSK und Wicker. Also wir schauen mal runter zu den Startvorbereitungen, zu den Visually Impaired. Die bereiten sich also vor und haben natürlich einen sogenannten Guide, einen Athlete Guide mit dabei. Der läuft dann immer vorne weg und gibt dann entsprechende Kommandos, und das ist immer ganz besonders interessant, wie das dann funktioniert. Da gibt es dann also zum Beispiel Kommandos wie 15 Uhr, das heißt 15 Uhr geht rechts rüber, damit der Läufer dann weiß, welche Kurve er laufen muss. Also da gibt es dann ganz besonders große Anforderungen an den Guide, der also nicht nur das Tempo entsprechend ja standhalten muss, vorne weglauft. Das ist also gar nicht so einfach, dass man dann überhaupt einen Guide findet, der diese Tempi dann mitgehen kann. Und der muss auch noch die Ansagen tätigen, damit der Läufer bzw. die Läuferin dann auch weiß, wo sie hinlaufen muss. Und beim Schießen wird es dann natürlich noch interessanter, denn dann wird akustisch geschossen. Die Athleten gehen also in den Schießstand hinein und ab Bahn 11 gibt es dann Akustikeinrichtungen, das heißt die Anlage selber sendet ein Infrarotsignal auf und das bekommt der auf den Kopfhörer gesendet, und wenn er dann einen hohen Dauerton auf seinem Ohr hat, dann weiß er vermeintlich, ich bin jetzt genau auf dem Ziel und darf jetzt abdrücken und würde dann die Scheibe treffen. Also das Infrarot-Akustikschießen, das wir hier dann auch erleben werden, für Sie dann als Anzeige, als Zuschauer sehen Sie dann einen grünen Punkt für Bekanntes Ziel und einen roten für einen Fehler. Also falten da nicht um, am grün und rot für Treffer und nicht.
Okay.
Also hier sind wir jetzt unten beim Start, beim Rennen der Visually Impaired. Und da sehen Sie auch schon, wie das hier funktioniert. Hier ist also jeweils der Guide mit dabei.
In Forest National Park. Welcome back to Finsterau 2017 World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. Rob Hayes here with you, commentator on this live stream at www.finsterau2017.com. We are just about ready to get underway with our next race of day one. It's the men's middle distance visually impaired, 12.5 kilometres. That's 5 laps of the 2.5 kilometre course. There's the start list for you. It's another very strong field. There are some debutants in there as well, and there is a very strong Ukrainian contingent, including the reigning Paralympic champion Vitaly Lukyanenko. So each of the athletes in this race will compete alongside a guide. There you see the first off is Kairat Kanafin of Kazakhstan. 72 is Kazuto Takamura. The guide and the athlete are linked together by the headset. You'll see the microphone in front of Takamura's guide there, Yuhei Fujita, communicating in Takamura's ear to let him know exactly what the state of play is. It's a fascinating competition. Requires complete trust between the guide and the athlete. Piotr Garbowski of Poland is next. A 43-year-old making his major international debut, Garbowski. His guide is Janusz Penar. Alexander Makotin, another debutant on this stage. Ukrainian. A lot of good athletes who can pass on their experience in the Ukrainian Para-Nordic skiing team. His guide is Ivan Machishak. Sweden's Sebastian Modin is next out. The youngest competitor from any nation at Vancouver 2010. So would you believe it? This is his 7th year in major competition, aged 22. Representing the home nation Germany is number 76, Nico Messinger. And his guide, Christian Winker. Messinger was the flag bearer for Germany at the 2013 World Championships. 77 is Anthony Chalençon of France. Was part of the gold medal winning relay team 2 years ago in cable. Used to be a para-alpine skier, switched to the Nordic disciplines in 2011. He's guided by Simon Valverde. Number 78 is Alexandra Kazik. This is his major international championship debut, but has been on the World Cup circuit for 3 years now. Still only 20 years old, Kazik. Dmytro Suiarko, also of the Ukraine, also 20 years of age, and also made his debut on the World Cup calendar in 2014 in Finland, as did Kazik, the man who went just before him in this race. So as I say, we've got some talented debutants mixed in with some experienced medal winners. Should make for a very interesting race. Number 80 is Vasily Shatsyboy of Belarus. Dmitry Budzilevich is his guide. Gold medalist at the Athens 2004 Paralympic Games in tandem cycling. Relay bronze in para-athletics at Sydney 2000. 4 World Championship medals in these disciplines, 6 Paralympic medals. He knows what he's doing at the very top level of many, many sports. 81 is Yaroslav Reshetsinski. Three top 10 finishes in Sochi for him. 9th over this distance 2 years ago in cable. Reshetsinski, guided by Artur Gergard. 82, Anatoly Kovalevsky. Silver medalist over 7.5 kilometers 2 years ago. 6th over this distance. 2011 world champion in the 3 kilometer pursuit. Here's the experienced man of the Ukrainian team, Vitaly Lukianenko. 4-time Paralympic champion, is the reigning Paralympic champion in this discipline, the 38-year-old. Boris Baba is his guide. And the last man to leave the start line is Yuri Utkin. Overall leader in the World Cup standings this season. 4th in this particular event at the World Championships in cable 2 years ago, and 4th in Sochi as well. So we are underway. We have all of our athletes out in this men's middle distance visually impaired race. That's 72, Kazuko Takamura. There's number 80, Vasily Shatsyboy. Got bronze in the middle distance biathlon in Sochi 2014.
Nächsten flower ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the flower ceremony for biathlon middle distance women standing.
Sebastian Modin says he competes solely for the enjoyment of it. Hard to believe he's still only 22. That's Reshetinsky of Ukraine. Hasn't yet medalled individually. This is Piotr Garbowski of Poland, making his major international championships debut aged 43. A little bit different in the shooting range for the visually impaired race. Mainly the difference is in the rifle. The targets themselves are bigger. But also the rifles work acoustically rather than visually. They are lasers, and the athletes aim their rifles with acoustic signals, so the faster the beeps get, the closer to the target they are, and the higher pitch the frequency, the closer to the center of the target they are. The targets turn green if they are successfully hit, and red if they are not, as opposed to the black and white in the rifle shooting from the standing and sitting races that we had earlier on. The women's middle distance visually impaired race is about to get underway. There are just 4 competitors in this one. 3 of them Ukrainian. Clara Klug flies the flag for Germany, and we'll be hoping to stop Ukraine from taking a clean sweep of the medals. So this is Natalia Rubanovska, her major championships debut. She works as a nurse as her day job.
Das Ganze also dann unmittelbar im Anschluss an das Rennen.
'92 is Clara Klug of Germany. She lives just a couple of hours down the road from here in Munich. Good support from the crowd here in Finsterau. Klug tends to prefer the shorter distances. 6th in the 6-kilometer biathlon in 2015, and 4th in the 5-kilometer cross-country, guided by Martin Hartl. This is Olga Prilutska, bronze medalist 2 years ago in cable, just outside the medals in Sochi. 24 years of age, guided by Vladimir Ivanov. And finally we have Oksana Shishkova. 9 World Cup race wins this season. Silver medalist 2 years ago. Bronze in all 3 biathlon disciplines in Sochi. Has very defiantly stated that she will get a gold medal for Ukraine at these championships. This is as good an opportunity as ever for Shishkova. Into the shooting range, then back into the men's competition. Lukyanenko, the 38-year-old reigning Paralympic champion. So experienced. Just exiting the range there, Kovalevsky. How does Lukyanenko get on in his first round? impeccably. 5 from 5 from Lukyanenko. It's a really good start for the 38-year-old. There's Alexander Makotin making his debut. No doubt that his Ukrainian teammates will have been helping him with how things work at a World Championships. What to do, what not to do, how to prepare. Another debutant, Garbowski. So 5 laps of the 2.5 kilometer course in the men's race. There's Yuri Utkin, the man in form in the World Cup competition, at least this season. Kazuko Takamura of Japan, a teacher at a school for visually impaired pupils, wants to be an inspiration to his students that there is plenty of life to be lived despite visual impairment by making the podium in PyeongChang 2018. Suyarko of Ukraine, just 20 years of age, wearing 79. There's number 91, Rubanovska, in the women's competition. "27 years of age, and her debut, guided by Lada Nesterenko. '78 is Alexander Kazik, another debutant on this course. "20 years of age. The World Cup series, organised by the IPC and the Nordic skiing, is a fantastic way to get top-level competition and experience against the very best in the world on a more regular basis. And of course the World Cup is prestigious in its own right, but the World Championships are the biggie. So Rubanovska coming into the shooting range. Hunter ski poles over to guide Lada Nesterenko. Settles herself in. She led out this women's race. Just a 4-way fight for 3 medals.
Wir gehen jetzt mal kurz rein in das Man Middle Visually Impaired, das ja schon voll gegangen ist.
See there, Alexander Makotin of the men's race as well, just putting on the headphones. Acoustically aimed, these rifles. Shooting with lasers.
Ich nenne aber jetzt nur mal den Namen des Athleten. Wir haben jeweils noch einen Guide dabei.
Just arriving there in the range as well is Olga Prelutska of Ukraine. Rubanovska's first visit is complete. She's off.
Katsuto Takamura aus Japan, Piotr Garbowski aus Polen, Startnummer 73, Alexander Machotki, Ukraine, Startnummer 74, Sebastian Modi, Schweden, Nummer 75, dann unser deutscher Teilnehmer Nico Messinger, Christian Winke, Nico Messinger mit der Startnummer 76. Dann die 77, das ist Anthony
That's Vasily Shaptsiaboy,
Oleksandr
Belarus.
Kasik, Ukraine.
Wins medals at pretty much whatever sport he decides to participate in. Bronze medalist in this discipline in Sochi.
Suliarko. Vasily Shaptsiaboy, der Nummer 80, der
It's 3 from 3.
in der Weltcup-Gesamtwertung momentan fünf. Dann der
Just a slight delay on the fourth, and it was
Jaroslav Reschek.
off target. So was the fifth as well. It started very well, that visit for Shaptsiaboy, but it didn't end in the right manner. Very busy in the shooting range here at the Finsterau Ski Stadion. Of course, men and women competing, and guides as well for every athlete.
Momentan Weltcup leader Yuri Utkin.
The penalty loop circuit is
Koda
heavily populated at the moment as well.
Yuri Utkin, den Weltcup-Führenden und mit Sicherheit den Top-Favoriten.
This is Kazik
Startnummer 84.
of Ukraine. See how he's getting on in his major debut.
Women über die Middle Distance Visual Impaired. Da sind nur 4 am Start. Und zwar 3 aus der Ukraine und eine aus Deutschland. Mit der 91, Natalia Lobanowska. Am Start 92. Clara Lutsch aus Deutschland mit dem Mann Hammer. Dann die Nummer 93, Olga Brylutska. Zweite momentan der Weltcup-Wertung und die Führende in der Weltcup-Zwischenwertung. Oksana Schichtova aus der Ukraine.
Off goes Kazik, reaches out to receive his ski poles from his guide Sergei Kusheryavi. Just completing the required penalties around the penalty loop. As you can see, though, a really good crowd here in Finsterau. Many of the local community not only out in force to support the athletes, but many of them to support the event itself, working tirelessly behind the scenes. There are shuttle bus drivers, security guards, catering volunteers, all manner of ski club officials as well. Pretty much everybody in the village is involved in some capacity or other. This is the world's leading biathlete in the World Cup at the moment, Yuri Utkin. And that's Sebastian Modin of Sweden. Makotin of the Ukraine, making that turn and then the climb.
Erste Runde auf dem 11. Platz. 1,33 der Rückstand auf dem aktuell Führenden.
There we see many spectators enjoying the action and enjoying what is a glorious day here in Finsterau. Blue skies
Zweite Runde uns anschauen.
above freezing, which is always a bonus.
Ganz vorne 4 Ukrainer. Kowalewski auf 1, Lukjanenko auf 2, Utkin auf 3.
Nico Messinger is the German representative in the men's middle distance visually impaired race. His best ever results at a World Championships came in 2015 in the cross-country relay team. 6th place there. Going okay at the moment. On course for a top 10 finish in what is quite a large field. Lukyanenko, the experienced Ukrainian, with Reshetinsky in the background, his compatriot. Not only members of the public out supporting, but of course the teams, the officials, the coaches, the wax technicians, the support staff, everybody that makes up a Para-Nordic skiing team. Skarbowski of Poland makes his way over the crest of the hill. Karat Kanafin of Kazakhstan being overtaken by Yuri Utkin. Kanafin went off first, Utkin went off last, so Utkin is going very well indeed. The current standings have it with a Ukraine 1, 2, 3, 4. This is Olga Prelutska, just steadying herself as a guide. Vladimir Ivanov makes sure that he takes her to the right area of the shooting range. Can she build on that bronze medal she got in Cable 2 years ago? One of 3 Ukrainians in the 4-strong field in the women's middle distance race. The other competitor, Clara Klug of Germany. That's just in the foreground. Shishkova of Ukraine has just settled in, as has Rubanovska. So all 3 of the Ukrainian athletes in this race side by side in a line in the shooting range. Prelutska is up first and off she goes. This is Kazik, the 20-year-old from Ukraine, who are very well represented in the men's race as well, of course. And Shaptsia gets himself into trap 19. "37 years of age." As I say, won an athletics relay bronze at the Sydney 2000 Paralympics. 17 years and counting in top-level sport. Didn't look particularly pleased with that visit. Currently in 6th place, Shaptsia on the calculated times. Goes Sebastian Modin. Johannes Andersen is his guide. This is Yaroslav Reshetinsky. Never medalled individually at a major championships, but still only 24. That's Yuri Utkin. World Cup points leader at the moment, Utkin, but he has got a lot of talented compatriots who are very keen to make sure that he's not the world champion. Off he goes, Utkin, and out of
Jetzt haben wir die Einblendung auf hier.
the shooting range.
Kommen. Also nach der zweiten Runde, Klug, immer noch auf dem dritten Platz. Schischkova führt vor Lutska und Klug. Rückstand von Clara auf Olga Lutska.
We know that being the World Cup leader
Eine Minute und
doesn't necessarily mean everything coming into these World Championships. It's a fairly good indicator of form this season. It's not the be-all and end-all. It's all about what you can produce on the day in the World Championships. Kazik coming in. He's the last of the Ukrainians in the standings at the moment. Seventh of Ukraine, anyway.
Dritte Runde, aktueller Zwischenstand.
That's 10th overall.
Runde 3. Kovalevski, Ukraine vor Lukjanenko und Utkin. 3 Ukrainer sind vorne.
Had one penalty in the first round and 3 penalties after his second round.
Schabziaboy auf 6. Reshetinski auf 7. Machotkin auf 8 und Gadebowski aus Polen auf Position Nummer 9. Messinger noch nicht angezeigt. Erfolgt der Zwischenzeit mal 8.
Just see the chest rising and falling. Each biathlete does it slightly differently. The preferred technique is 1.5 breaths, but many of them take a couple more. It's whatever works. It's whatever not only keeps your body still, but enables you to focus your mind and find your rhythm. Such a difficult skill to transfer from physical exertion out on the course to mental sharpness in the shooting range. Shaptsiaboy of Belarus is going fairly well. Utkin has been shooting clean in the range as well. He goes past Anthony Chalençon, who at the current juncture is the closest challenger to the powerhouse that is Ukrainian visually impaired biathlon. Sebastian Modin connected and in sync with his guide, Johannes Andersen. This is Oksana Shishkova. In superb form in the World Cup this season. But again, it's about converting that into a one-off race in the World Championships. She is at the top of the standings of the 4 competitors in this World Championship race so far. Needs another good round to make sure that she's ahead. It's 4 from 4 for Shishkova. But she misses with the last one. She'll need to complete a 150-meter penalty loop now, Shishkova. Could that prove costly? It just presents an opportunity maybe for the chasing pack to put a bit of pressure on. Rubanovska is one of those. She did lead out this women's race and is currently 4th of 4. As I say, she's a nurse by day, so no doubt she's used to high pressure environments. don't come much bigger than World Championships. And this is her debut. All three of the Ukrainian athletes are B2 classification. Which means that they have a factoring of 99%. Remember, the times are all calculated based on a percentage factoring system that is directly related to the level of impairment, in this case, level of visual impairment, which allows athletes of different classifications to compete in the same race on a level playing field. As we join Modin of Sweden. He's no stranger to these big competitions, 7 years and counting in attending them. Anthony Chalençon of France is going well. Number 77, he's in the shooting range now. Into his 6th year as a para-Nordic skier. Competed at the Vancouver Winter Paralympic Games in para-alpine skiing. He's fifth as it stands, I beg your pardon, behind 4 Ukrainian athletes: Kovalevsky, Lukianenko, Suyako and Utkin, the top 4. Chalençon in 5th. Shatsioboy of Belarus in 6th. And closest to us is Clara Klug in the women's competition, the only non-Ukrainian in the women's middle distance race. It's 5 from 5 for Chalençon. There you see 5 green lights. It's good in the range from Chalençon. He can now attack the next 2.5 kilometers of the course here at Finsterau. Makotkin of Ukraine wearing 74. 72 is Kazuto Takamura of Japan. Did well in the cross-country competitions at sprint and middle distance in the Asia Cup in PyeongChang last year. That's where he is firmly focusing his efforts, the PyeongChang Winter Paralympic Games next year, of course. The World Cup heads to PyeongChang next month. That will act as a test event for the Winter Paralympic Games. Sebastian Modin approaching half an hour out on the course now. Kovalevsky is our leader as it stands. 26-year-old. Paralympic silver medalist. Former world champion over 3 kilometers. There's Olga Pralutska of Ukraine. Bronze medal 2 years ago. It's going to be a fascinating finish. Gorobovsky out there on his major debut. Now we have Lukianenko in the foreground, and just arriving next to him is Utkin. Them two are neck and neck in this competition. Lukianenko has a 100% factoring, so his real time will be his calculated time. Utkin 99%. Sweden's Sebastian Modin is into the shooting range. He's a B1 classification, so an 88% factoring for him. He's not troubling the top of this particular World Championship race. There is one B1 athlete that is, though, and that's Anthony Chalençon of France. Up to 4th after the last round in the shooting range. Trying as best he can to prevent it being a Ukraine 1-2-3. Modin has struggled somewhat in the shooting aspects of this biathlon. 3 from 5 equals his first and second rounds. 2 from 5 in his third round. And we've now got some athletes crossing the line. That's Dmitry Suiarko. Pretty good display for him. Coming in now is Anatoly Kovalevsky, who has led on the split times for much of this. He's shot completely clean as well, Kovalevsky. And at this early stage, he may well have done enough to claim the world title. Suiarko's time was 34.09. Kovalevsky is 33.07. So Kovalevsky is the man to beat at the moment. Kazuto Takamura of Japan is into the range for his final round. Reshetynski is been a little further down than the medal positions. Finishing now, Yuri Utkin falls to the ground. Worked very hard, Utkin, and Lukyanenko has been battling with him throughout. It'd be very interesting to see how their times are worked out. Utkin goes top of the tree, 32.50 for him. Kovalevsky bumped down to second place. Lukyanenko in third at the moment, so no medal for Suiarko, who is moved down to 4th place. So 32.50 the calculated time for Yuri Utkin, who is our leader at the moment. The man in form this season. Yuri Utkin. And he is at the prime position to become world champion. This is Shaptsia of Belarus. The 37-year-old has given his all. Congratulated by Kovalevsky. Good performance by Shaptsia, but he clocks his time in 35.50, so 5th. So it's Ukraine 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Can Anthony Chalençon do anything to change that? 26-year-old Frenchman. Never medaled individually. He's been the closest to the Ukrainian team in this World Championships. Simon Valverde, his guy, crosses the line. Chalençon very quickly after. Just take us a second or two to work out his calculated time. He is 4th, and oh, it's mighty close. Just 4.6 seconds behind Vitaly Lukyanenko. That is a commendable attempt from Anthony Chalençon, but 4th place it is at the moment, so he will not get a medal, Chalençon, as the unofficial results stand. Alexander Makotin has crossed the line for Ukraine in the 7th fastest time of 7 so far. And it would seem that Yuri Utkin will have his first world title. This is Yaroslav Reshetynski.
100, denn die hohen Startnummern, die 84, die 83 und die 82 sind alle schon im Ziel. Dann kann also keiner mehr
May well be enough to beat his compatriot Makotin to go 7th.
durchs Ziel gelaufen. Auf Platz 7, 37, 27, seine Zeit. Messinger, der Deutsche, nicht mehr im Rennen, damit auch nicht im Ziel.
73, Piotr Garbowski. His major debut. That looked like hard work. Chalençon is there wearing 77. Looks absolutely exhausted. Alexander Kazik, the 20-year-old, will take some experience and some heart from his display. Meanwhile, in the women's race, Oksana Shishkova there wearing 94.
Also Entscheidung bei den Männern ist durch, dann schauen wir zu den Frauen. Women Mitteldistanz, Rügelfeld, die Top 4 nach Runde 3. Und sie vorne dann Brylutska auf 1, Shishkova auf 2, 6 Sekunden dahinter, Klug auf der dritten Position, Klug also die Deutsche und
To cross the line first will be Olga Prylutska. 99% factoring for her, but also for her two compatriots, Rubanovska and Shishkova. Now, Prylutska started 30 seconds earlier than Shishkova. And the question is, can Shishkova do enough in the final stages? At the beginning of the final lap, it was Prylutska who was first place. Has Shishkova saved anything? Has she got enough in the tank? Doesn't look like it. 33.11 was Prylutska's time. I think Shishkova's going to be just outside that. She is 33.18, so 7 seconds behind. So Prylutska is in pole position. Shishkova in silver. In the men's competition, Sebastian Modin of Sweden is just completing his race. Had 9 finishers so far. Yuri Utkin, and Natalie Kovalevsky and Vitaly Lukianenko are the top 3. Sebastian Modin across the line, the Swede. In a solid time, 38.57. Places him 8th. Still only 22, Modin. Will fancy his chances in the cross-country events later on in these championships.
Gleich die flower ceremony.
78 is Alexander Kazik. He and fellow compatriot Dmitry Suyarko, both 20, both debutants on the biggest stage. He makes his way across the finish line, Kazik. I think that will take him above Modin. It does. So Kazik in 8th as it stands. Kazuto Takamura still targeting PyeongChang next year. 35-year-old teacher. 41.5 minutes. Counting for Takamura. Kairat Kanafin, who led out this race, the 41-year-old from Kazakhstan. Relative latecomer to the sport, only made his debut in 2013. Always tough to start with an open course ahead of you. And here he comes down the final stretch, led by his guide Anton Štanović. Kanafin planting his poles to give him some support. Give everything to the very last. Takamura is the next man to come through and cross the line. And in fact, he is the last man. Nico Messinger will not finish for Germany. So 13 finishers, and unofficially the world champion in the men's middle distance visually impaired biathlon, Yuri Utkin of Ukraine, and Natalie Kovalevsky, silver, Vitaly Lukyanenko, the bronze. Now Natalia Rubanovska coming through in the women's race. Olga Prolutska is in gold medal position at the finish, 33.11 she got. Shishkova, her compatriot, just 7 seconds behind, 33.18. Rubanovska with the same factoring of 99%. That means that she will finish some 6 minutes behind her two compatriots. But she will be very much concerned with what Clara Klug, the German athlete, can do. So confirmed at 39.15 for Rubanovska, which is 6 minutes and 4 seconds down on her compatriot Olga Prolutska. Now Clara Klug is unlikely to trouble the top two spots. She's very much in with a chance, if she's had a good last lap, of challenging Rubanovska. Clara Klug is a B1 athlete, so her factoring is 88%. And she is yet to cross the line. There she is, Clara Klug, wearing 92. If she can dig deep, if she has dug deep on this last lap, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that she can catch Rubanovska. In fact, at the 8-kilometer point, she had an advantage over the Ukrainian. So can Clara Klug prevent the Ukraine 1-2-3 that we've had in the men's visually impaired middle distance biathlon? Can she prevent it happening in the women's? She'll get a warm reception as a home nation athlete, Clara Klug, the German flag flying high. Great support, of course, for all of the athletes, but in particular for the German athletes. And it all started so well today on day one of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. Martin Flag, the 27-year-old German, got the first gold medal, the first world title of these championships. His compatriots Andrea Eskau and Anja Vicker have added medals to Germany's tally. Now Clara Klug will cross the line as a bronze medalist. Look at that. She, as soon as she crosses the finish line, has no more left to give. I'll just await the official timing. Clara Klug, it has been confirmed. 36.47 is good enough for bronze for the home athlete. So the women's middle distance visually impaired 10-kilometer biathlon. Gold goes to Olga Prolutska, silver to Oksana Shishkova. And the bronze, and another medal on Germany's tally, goes to Clara Klug.
Nordic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Hintergrund Ihr Partner Organised.
So it's been a fascinating start to the competition here in Finsterau in the Bavarian forest on day one of the World Paranordic Skiing Championships. Beautiful backdrop, and the athletes have certainly kept us very entertained on the opening day of action. A couple of flower ceremonies to come for those two visually impaired middle distance biathlons. In the meantime, why not visit the website www.finsterau2017.com for all the information that you could need. News, standings, results, lots more on the website. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing, wherever you're watching the live stream around the world, get in contact with us, hashtag Finsterau2017. Some good social media contributions on Twitter and Facebook as well. A lot of behind the scenes stuff with some of the athletes that you don't necessarily always get to enjoy. So do make sure that you check those out at Paranordic on Twitter. So it was this man, Yuri Utkin, who claimed gold in the men's middle distance visually impaired race. He was the last to go of what was a big and competitive field, but he was the quickest man over the line. 32.50, 16.8 seconds ahead of his compatriot Anatoly Kovalevsky. There he is. Silver medal for him. Good improvement from 6th place at the World Championships 2 years ago. Bronze went to Dmytro Suiarko on his Major Championships debut. The 20-year-old rounding off a Ukraine 1-2-3. And on the confirmed times, he was not far down the road ahead of Vitaly Lukyanenko. 1.2 seconds separating those two. That's the difference between making the podium, finishing in 4th place. So Ukraine 1, 2, 3, 4. Anthony Chalençon of France was 5th. A very well attended opening day of action. Good few hundred spectators here to witness all of the middle distance biathlon action. The World Paranordic Skiing Championships.
2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Tabat, nur beweglich.
Der schaut eben Benson noch rein.
Bitte schauen.
World Nordic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt sind diese spannende Teilnahme. Hier sind Sie da von Ihnen.
Oberen Platz ist da muss ich nehmen. Ja, aber da geht es nicht überall raus. Ah, da liegt keiner jetzt. Ah, weil du noch 2 brauchst. Hey. Ich will vorne Hotel testen. Das musst du mal Hotel fahren. Was hat's dabei? Geil, Moni! Was denn bekommen? Frankfurt! Frankfurt! Na ja, pass auf!
Kamery, proszę.
Šestka, horní louka. Power ceremony for the wheel intake.
Hey, weißt du was?
Also meine Damen und Herren, wenn Sie das Ganze jetzt hier verfolgen wollen, bitte jetzt nach oben kommen. In knapp 5 Minuten starten wir hier mit der Flower Ceremony für die Jury im Pferd. 5 Minuten circa noch, dann geht's los.
World Para Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Wimmer Wohnkollektionen. Natürliche Massivholzmöbel, nachhaltig.
Ja, da haben wir noch eine ganz kleine Bitte, und zwar, wir vermissen noch ein Leiberl vom Guide. Einer der Guides hat also sein Trikot noch nicht abgegeben. Und wir würden den bitten, dass er das jetzt abgibt. One of the guides' shirts is missing. Please give it back. Also das Guide-Trikot von einem der Guides ist leider noch nicht abgegeben. Das brauchen wir ja noch. Morgen zum Beispiel.
やっぱね、回るの嫌だって。回りたくないです。
World Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Karl Backe. Gemeinsam Werte schaffen.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir kommen jetzt zur Flower-Zeremonie der beiden abschließenden Wettbewerbe. Visually impaired, men and women. Nummer 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the flower ceremony for Biathlon middle distance.
Flower ceremony time for the men's visually impaired middle distance biathlon. There's a recurring colour theme there, as it was a Ukraine 1, 2, 3. In fact, it was a Ukraine 1, 2, 3, 4, but we can't fit any more people in this flower ceremony with the guides as well. The guide for the bronze medalist Dmytro Suiarko was the guide Vasil Potapenko.
It's only the Ukraine on the podium. What's the easy for us? The right one is deserves the bronze medalist. The bronze medalist also. Yeah. And now the silver medalist representing the Ukraine.
Silver also for Ukraine, Anatoly Kovalevsky with guide Alexander Mukshin. That's Ernst Kandelbinder, the local mayor, giving out Filu the Lynx, the official mascot. The world champion of the men's middle distance visually impaired biathlon is Yuri Utkin and guide Ruslan Perekoda. So Ukraine 1, 2, 3. Utkin was the best of all of his compatriots. Bronze for Suiarko, silver for Kovalevsky, and gold for Utkin. Successful afternoon skiing and shooting for the Ukraine Para-Nordic skiing team.
Die drei Medaillengewinner der Biathlon Middle Distance Men visually impaired. Sie hat es ja nochmal gesehen. Und damit sagen wir, thank you very much, guys. Dankeschön allen Athleten. Die sehen wir nachher wieder bei der Siegerehrung um 18 Uhr. Und jetzt nach einer ganz kurzen Pause geht es gleich auch weiter. Sie bleiben kurz hier für die flower ceremony der Women.
So the women's flower ceremony is coming up very shortly, and that will complete the action here on day one of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships in Finsterau. We've reassembled for the women's middle distance visually impaired biathlon flower ceremony. This could have been a Ukrainian 1-2-3 as well, but for a very good display by 22-year-old German Clara Klug. There she is, wearing 92. From just down the road in Munich, all of 2-hour drive.
The bronze medalist for this race.
I'm sure she'll get a very friendly and warm reception from the home supporters.
Clara Klug und ihr Guide Martin Hartl von Deutschland.
Clara Klug and guide Martin Hartl are the bronze medalists.
Silver medalist represent the Ukraine. Oksana
Silver
Shishkova.
went to Oksana Shishkova,
Vitaly Kazakov.
who has won 9 World Cup races this season but was unable to win the World Championship race. Shishkova and her guide Vitaly Kazakov have to settle for silver because she could not resist the pace of Olga Prelutska and her guide Volodymyr Ivanov. Gold for Prelutska after being the bronze medalist in cable 2 years ago. So bronze was Clara Klug and her guide Martin Hartl of Germany, silver Oksana Shishkova and Vitaly Kazakov of Ukraine, and gold Olga Prelutska and her guide Volodymyr Ivanov. That's the podium for the women's middle distance visually impaired 10K biathlon.
Officially um 18 Uhr gibt es die Winter Games im WM-Stadion. We will meet you again 18 o'clock down in the WM-Stadion, you know, for the
Our ceremony completes day one of the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships here in Finsterau. Thank you very much for joining us on this live stream. We'll be back just before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Central European time, at the website www.finsterau2017.com. It's all about the cross-country sprinting tomorrow. Do join us at 10 o'clock.
Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Robert Hackel, Ihr zuverlässiger Meisterbetrieb im Spenglerhandwerk.
si dám tu starou do novýho, že? Když tam jsou plný.
To místo aj tady na tu.
Tak se ale musí pak dát nabíjet vysílačka, jak se na to nezapomene. Ok.
A když tak to třeba zabírejte.
Jo, to se dá. Hned zavřu. Myslíš, že si můžu si sluchátka s sebou, abych je nemusel pak ráno zase dávat takhle, ty.
Tak. To se zeptej radši někoho povolení. My jsme tam ty chvíli viděli.
Co?
Ty vysílačky.
Radši?
No jasně.
A jo, tam jsou nabíječky ty externí.
No jasně.
Radši jo. Bylo na piči.
A už tam žádný jako moc volný dva jsou tam.
Neříkám, že pod tím prvním patrem vysílaček.
Já vím. Jo, asi dívám, jestli tam na to právě volno. Nebo ejhle, volno asi jo, ale není tady asi volná zásuvka moc. Počkej, a tady je to nějak zapojený všechno do elektřiny, ale ne, to mýho psa, prosím. Já ne, to nebudu dělat.
Ne, já si myslím, že už tam těm dnům špatným je konec.
Myslíš?
Jo, hej, to bylo tím, já jsem si včera šel na balkon a uvěděl jsem tu pravdu proč. Byl úplně totálně nejhustějšího rázu.
A jo, byl úplně.
Bez tak to bylo tím, to byl ten den předtím, když to bylo úplně šílená strana. Co se má?
To je brána, no? Ne, určitě, nevím. Asi nechci.
Myslíš, že tady můžu vzít jednu plzničku?
To vůbec není v mý moci.
Určitě. Víš?
Jeden si ještě něco do bufetku, vole.
Co?
Jestli to něco bude.
Já to taky. Až to nic nemáme. Už to nic nemáme.
Kamo, zavírejte prosím. Fakt, aspoň přivři.
Jo, promiň.
Dík. že děláš roll-capy.
Ano.
Takže jako žádný sraní s hudbou.
Vůbec tam hudbu žádnou nedávám.
Ani jako s nějakou synchronizací jako komentáře.
Vůbec nic takového nedělám.
Nevím teda, jestli máme nebo nemáme nějaký ten highlight do přenosu, nevím, jestli Prodej říkal.
Do kterého, jak do
něco říkal komentátor, že chci nějaký krátký highlight.
Jo, to jsem něco zaslech, ale Radek mi nepřišel nic říct konkrétního.
Tak se ho prosím zeptej, jestli to teda děláme či ne.
Zeptám se ho, mám pocit, že se domlouvali, že to prodiskutujou ještě zítra.
Jo, tak se s tím prosím
ale
přesně. A jako jestli to prodiskutujou zítra, tak zítra highlight z dneška nebude, že? Nedává úplně moc logiku.
Mám jim tam stříhat i klidně s grafikou, s titulkem?
Ale já se omlouvám, já o tom let nic nevím, neřešil jsem to, takže spíš se zeptej někoho, kdo dramaturgii tohohle něco ví víc než já. think that there are few things that should be better tomorrow, but I think it's okay.
But
I don't mean you. I mean us.
we have 9 days, so
Yeah,
it will be. It will be by day 9. It will be.
Yeah.
And the timing was okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So see you. Bye.
Já už jsem měl taky to nutkání říct see you. excuse me, you discussed with Radek some highlights?
Yeah, he says maybe not for today, but I don't know.
Okay, okay.
I said maybe it would be nice to have maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds to start the stream tomorrow, and I can say welcome to day 2. This is what happened on day 1.
Okay, okay.
This person won this. This person won this.
Won this.
The first goal of the day went to Germany.
Like fast results from yesterday's.
Yeah. It needs no graphic or anything.
Yeah,
just as long as all of the winners are shown.
This winner, and here we can shouting this winner.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
With maybe a bit of music, doesn't even need the sound. Just Just maybe music, and I can speak live over it.
Okay.
I can just have the winners from yesterday on a piece of paper, and if they are in order of the event that they did, that would help. So
that will help. Have the results and the list of the winners. Like
I will write the list, so I will say it. So you don't need to put that on the highlights.
But I can cut it in your order.
Yes, but in the order that the races happen. That's fine.
Okay.
Men's sitting, women's sitting.
Okay.
Standing, just like that. But if no time today is fine, but maybe later on in the championships, it would be nice if once everybody was okay with how
it's totally no problem for me.
Sure.
I will discuss it with Radek and I will do it.
I think it might just be a good way to start tomorrow to look back for 45 seconds and say this is day 1.
I think it's a great idea for a stream.
Yeah, so now we
like
have day 2. So if you can do it, then
yeah, of course, sure.
Excellent.
I can do anything for better stream.
Good.
I had prepared maps with every single track.
Yes.
On a Google map with a zoom to the Finsterau and every single track with the kilometers and name of the group or something. But we had no rights or license from Google company. So that was a little bit like oh shit. I don't want to say it, but yes, exactly.
Yeah. Oh no, that would look very good.
Because that looks like kinda cool.
Yeah.
It was like short video for 15-20 seconds.
Yeah.
But say everything from before the match, before the race.
Yeah.
Shame on
Google. Google, they are too powerful.
Yeah. And don't you have results from today?
было когда Гаричек сейчас зовут.
would someone